Good morning, everyone. We're starting our February 20th Planning Board meeting. Our first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have one, the Northwest Branch Disc Golf Course Forest Conservation Plan, number F 2025-0260, MCPB number 25-001. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move for approval.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. The next, we have two record plats this morning. Subdivision plat number 2, 2024-1060, Drumbella Hills, and the second is subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0030 through 2025-0070, Parkland Trace. Both staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'm going to move to approve the record plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The next is our regulatory extension request. We have two this morning, Forest Glen, Kimball Place, Administrative Subdivision, request number 2, and Wall Property Administrative Subdivision and Regulatory Administrative Subdivision, request number 1, where staff is both recommending approval of extension requests. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. The next item is item number 10, County Council Resolution to establish the Infrastructure Funding Work Group Delegation. I have planning staff this morning to present this item. Welcome, Ms. Giovanni, Ms. Lisa Giovanni.
This is good. They listen to us.
That's right.
Good morning, Planning Board. For the record, Lisa Gavone with County One Planning and Policy. Today, I'm really excited to bring you the resolution to establish the Infrastructure Funding Work Group. This, as you may remember, I'm sure you do, during the Growth and Infrastructure Policy, during the work sessions, the Planning Board really recognized the ongoing issues with the impact tax system in the county, notably the downward pressure that it applies on housing and can impact housing production in the county. But also the fact that these funds are not, they're not able to cover the amount of infrastructure need in the county. So it's really, a kind of a paradox is that they're doing too much on housing, but not enough to cover infrastructure. In the Growth and Infrastructure Policy, the Planning Board included a recommendation to convene a working group across county government and with external stakeholders to explore additional financing and funding mechanisms to better meet infrastructure needs. And the GO committee and the full council agreed to the Planning Board's recommendation. So on February 11th of last week, the council introduced a resolution to establish the Infrastructure Funding Work Group. The resolution sets an overall goal for the work group to really recommend strategies to fund infrastructure and growth-related needs in the county. The resolution has really two objectives. The first is determining and assessing the county's various infrastructure needs and also researching a variety of funding mechanisms to fund that infrastructure. The membership for the funding work group consists of 3 members of County Council Central staff to be chosen by the Executive Director, 2 representatives from the Montgomery County Planning Department to be chosen by the Planning Director, 1 representative from Parks to be chosen by the Parks Director, and 1 representative from a variety of executive branch agencies, 2 representatives from MCPS, and 1 representative from the Maryland Department of Transportation State Highway Administration to be chosen by the SHA Administrator. As you notice that the membership is solely government agencies, there is part of the resolution that says there will be additional outreach to stakeholders, listening sessions, things like that. So while the membership is, solely government agencies, that's not just the only scope of the project. And the final resolution, the resolution requires the work group to submit a final report to the council by June 30th, 2026. This will allow the council to review the report and incorporate it into the next GIP. The resolution also requires the work group to update the GO committee on its progress and findings by March 2026 and no sooner than December 2025. Planning staff has a couple of comments on the resolution. First, we want to thank council staff because they did send us a draft outline of the resolution and let us copy it, provide comments on it, and our comments were largely integrated. The resolution includes language that says that the work group will determine and assess the county's various infrastructure needs with an emphasis on schools and transportation infrastructure to include net new infrastructure repairs and upgrading existing infrastructure to levels that meet anticipated future demand. The planning staff believes that the resolution needs to explicitly identify the various infrastructure needs that the council intends to be explored by the work group. We recommend an explicit focus on not only schools and transportation, but climate resilience, utility undergrounding, water, sewer, and telecommunications. We heard from a variety of stakeholders, especially in the context of the GIP, that these are also important infrastructure needs in the county. The resolution also includes language that the council will appoint a chair and a vice chair or facilitator. Planning staff supports this, but also, we recommend hiring an outside facilitator with experience in transportation infrastructure funding and financing to assist the work group in developing recommendations. We feel really strongly about this. As membership is solely government agencies, I don't think anyone on this committee really has that expertise that's needed to guide this conversation. So with that, we are recommending that the Planning Board transmit comments to the County Council before the public hearing next week to support this infrastructure funding work group resolution with the inclusion of 2 recommendations: to explicitly identify various infrastructure needs that the council intends to be explored by the work group, and second, to hire an outside facilitator with experience in infrastructure funding and financing to assist the work group in developing recommendations. And that's it.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Just one quick amendment to one of our comments. I think the last bullet says hire an outside facilitator with experience in transportation infrastructure funding. I think we should strike transportation. It should be.
Yes,
Okay.
that was one of my comments, that why transportation? Also, you are talking about transportation and schools, or that is there. I say, why just transportation and schools? That doesn't make sense to me. Transportation, I agree. I do not know if transportation includes parking, because we hear a lot of complaint about people about that. I think that needs to be looked at also. And I think that parks and open space is another thing that they have to look. We hear a lot complaint from people that they need more parks and open space. Schools, I think that for funding, I agree, but we have a very good process in place. I totally agree to include utilities and underground utilities because, and I believe that we need to have a representative, at least from PEPCO, in the task force, because it's very important for us, this underground of the utilities and PEPCO. So that's something that we need to look at it as a whole. And I do not know that if we're gonna have a separate task force to look at those underground utilities, because if you remember, we made another separate comment in that regard. That master plan asked to put it underground, but in reality, we cannot do piecemeal. It has to be an overall. Maybe that's something that we could look into that also that we have. And I agree that if we're gonna have an outside facilitator, it has to be someone that is expert in different funding mechanism within the government for any kind of infrastructure funding, not just transportation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate your thoughts on those. Well, first, let me just say I applaud the council for moving forward with this resolution, and it's really important. We had a lot of discussion when we were doing the growth and infrastructure policy. It was pitting versus factors against the other, but it was clear that the impact taxes were not sufficient to create, the infrastructure needed. This is great that they're moving forward with this group. With your comment about we'll just go back to PEPCO. I feel that whether PEPCO is at the table or not, this group will be reaching out to them. And then also, Commissioner Pedoman, I'm not sure you knew, but we have been engaging with PEPCO since we talked about this. First of all, Deputy Director Cronenberg reached out and setting up a meeting so we can understand, like, what are the critical needs? Like, if we can't, at least in the short term, if we can't underground, what are the areas that are critically need undergrounding? So as we go through master plans and stuff like that, maybe that can direct, that those areas will be done first. Those are the critical needs instead of right now having to do everything. So, and then the other piece in parks, yes, I think parks needs a dedicated source of financing, but I think this piece here would get maybe a little unyieldy if we also looked at funding for parks, but that's a great topic to have, and maybe that under another sort of resolution or something like that. But I do think, funding for parks needs to be looked at too, but probably not under this one. This is my recommendation, but it's a good thought. Yeah.
I had similar thoughts, and I just wanted to make sure that, so when we're doing the infrastructure and reaching out, that we are planning on, or at least the group would be planning on reaching out to WMATA and WSSC and folks like that, because that's not part of the, I think 14 is, if I'm counting correctly, is the working group members, if I'm getting it right. But if we're looking at the water, the sewer, and some of we've got lots of neighborhoods and lots of places in the county in which the water and sewer infrastructure is very old for the most, and not up to both the infrastructure needs that we have right now and climate change and handling water runoff and that kind of thing. So I don't know if it's worth adding a person or making sure that we sort of recommend bringing in WSSC to testify or what have you, but I think that piece of it needs to be as strongly looked at as not only to recommend that it be in there and have an outside facilitator, but that we have someone that can handle those questions of infrastructure for water and sewer and stormwater runoff and all that kind of thing.
And so our recommendation was, we were focusing on, as the sub-bullet shows here, the specific topic areas.
Yeah.
Also in the staff report, we do note, and we could put this in the letter, that it says additionally representatives from the relevant public agencies should be invited to participate. We didn't want to call that out. We just said, council, whatever other forms of infrastructure you want to include in this, the applicable representatives should be.
It should be included. Okay, I just want to make sure that we've got a thought with that for making sure that we bring in that piece of the infrastructure. Thanks.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, first, I think the recommendations are great. I really like the one about a facilitator. I think that's the way that this can actually sort of stay on track and produce kind of concrete recommendations and try to marshal some consensus around that. So I think the facilitator idea is really good. The only small additional suggestion I'd have is maybe include a note about when proposing recommendations in the final report, noting any constraints related to that or specific action items that would need to happen to facilitate whatever those recommendations are. I'm thinking specifically about, and I don't know that this is the case for sure, but some recommendations may require some state-related action in some cases, or state legislation. It's certainly possible, at least. Or some regional action to sort of allow certain things to happen. So understanding the kind of the related action items to the recommendations will be a key piece of this in order to kind of orient what the next steps are. I'm sure that will be like part of the conversation, but I think it'd be helpful to kind of note that up front, that these are not existing in a vacuum, and like we may need other things to happen related to these. But yeah, I think I really like you, you know, suggesting kind of broadening the what we're thinking of as infrastructure to include climate resilience and things like that. I think that's a really good suggestion. So thanks.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I really liked those suggestions you had, and the piece about adding this facilitator that also has funding and financing experience may drive home that then that there may be a cost to that, and that given the time frame, this is going to happen very quickly. That has to be sort of factored in. I mean, because if you go along and then say, well, we need this consultant and it costs this much, could slow down the process if it's not baked in some appropriate amount up front. So I thank you for putting that in there. So thanks all my board members for the comments about, you know, making sure that, you know, people like PEPCO and WSOC are part of that outside consultant group to look at, and also about having a facilitator. So I'm all on board with those comments. Any other questions or comments? No? So do we make a motion to, is there a motion to approve transmitting to County Council the comments from staff's recommended comments plus the, is there anything else we said that would change, any additional comments that we added to, would change this, or they're incorporated in your comments? What do you feel?
I think they're incorporated in our comments. I think that we would just recommend that you make an action to transmit the comments to the County Council for the public hearing.
Okay, yes. So recommend, is there a motion to recommend transmitting staff's comments to the council for the public hearing?
Yeah, I'll move to transmit comments, staff comments to the County Council for the public hearing.
No, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much and for doing this, and thank you, council, for moving forward with the resolution. Really appreciate that. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, or can we go right into the next one here? Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break and go into our next item, item number 6, Wilson H. Cecil House Dickerson, M10-63, evaluation of a locational atlas site where staff is recommending to remove 25110 Old 100 Road, M10-63 Dickerson from the locational atlas and index of historic sites. Thank you. Item number 6, Wilson H. Cecil House, Dickerson, M-10-63, evaluation of a locational atlas site where staff is recommending to remove 25110 Old 100 Road, Dickerson, from the locational atlas index of historic sites. And this morning, we have John Lieberts and Rebecca Ballo to present this item. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner for the record. The purpose of this public hearing and work session is for the Planning Board to evaluate the Wilson H. Cecil House, a mid-19th century two-story log house. The board will determine if the property satisfies designation criteria as outlined in the county code and either remove the property from the locational atlas and index of historic sites or recommend that the county council list the resource in the master plan for historic preservation. So staff and the Historic Preservation Commission, who held their public hearing and work session on Tuesday night, recommends that the planning board takes the following actions. First, that it finds that the Cecil House lacks sufficient historic integrity to represent its period of significance and therefore fails to satisfy the designation criteria as outlined in the county code. Second, that it removes the Cecil House from the locational atlas. And lastly, that it requires the property owner to engage a dendrochronologist in consultation with historic preservation staff to ascertain the date of construction for the log house and ensure its documentation as a condition for its removal from the locational atlas.
What is a dendrochronologist?
A dendrochronologist is a study of tree rings, essentially, and so I'll get to it a little bit later in the report, but it will help us date. And it's kind of like using biology and statistics to help determine the date of wood.
It's super cool.
So just for some background, I'll provide some information about the locational atlas and recent events at the property. So the Montgomery County Planning Board created the atlas in 1976. The inventory is based on a survey that focused on resources that were at least 100 years old at that time and therefore considered potentially significant. These properties are partially protected from demolition and substantial alteration until the resource is evaluated for the master plan for historic preservation. The Cecil House is one of the original properties placed on the atlas. So neither staff, the HPC, or the planning board have evaluated the Cecil House against the designation criteria as outlined in the county code to date. The planning board can add or remove properties to this inventory continuously after a public hearing, and it does not require review by the county council. So the current property owners acquired the property in 2022. And in June of 2024, the Department of Permitting Services contacted the Historic Preservation staff regarding the unpermitted partial demolition of the Cecil House and new construction. At this point, the property owners had removed the roof, 2 of the log walls, and all interior components of the house. Rebecca Ballo, the Historic Preservation Supervisor, notified the owner that the property is listed in the locational atlas and directed the Department of Permitting Services to hold the permit as the proposed changes were a substantial alteration to the resource. Staff consulted with the owner's representative on a potential remedy to return the property to compliance, but these efforts stopped after a structural engineer hired by the property owner recommended demolition of the log house. So the property owner submitted a permit to demolish the house that triggers Section 24A10, moratorium on alteration or demolition. This requires the planning board to determine whether the historic resource will likely be designated as a historic site in the master plan for historic preservation or removed from the locational atlas. If the planning board removes the property from the atlas, the Director of Permitting Services will issue the permit to demolish the building. So as stipulated in the county code, the planning board will utilize the typical designation criteria for an amendment to the master plan for historic preservation in their evaluation. The designation criteria includes an analysis of historic and cultural significance and architectural and design significance. So some basic information about the site. The Cecil House rests on an 18-acre parcel located on the west side of Old 100 Road near Hyattstown. The property is located to the west of Interstate I-270 and near the county's border with Frederick County, and that's the dashed blue line on the map. The property is from the county's agricultural reserve and noted in the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan that classified Old 100 Road as a rustic road. The road profile for Old 100 Road noted the presence of the Wilson H. Cecil Log House, which is circled in red on the Rustic Roads map for that Old 100 Road. As stated earlier, the Cecil House is one of the original properties listed in the atlas. Shown on the left is the environmental setting, shaded yellow, that incorporates the entire 18-acre parcel with the house circled in red. And on the right is a detailed view of the southeastern section of the property near the log house, and the log house is circled in red as well. And looking a little bit closer at the building, the Cecil House consisted of multiple phases of construction. including the two-story side gable log house, a two-story wood frame addition on the side elevation, a one-story front porch, then there's a full-width one-story concrete block rear addition. So the log section consists of logs cut from the property, hewn on the interior and exterior sides, but left rounded on the upper and lower sides of the log, and laid in a simple V-notch pattern. Since the mid-20th century, the exterior log walls have been exposed to the elements, but remnants of nails suggest that the building had wood weatherboard siding on it. Most log construction from this era was covered with weatherboard siding to protect the logs from moisture and decay, and to improve the appearance of the house as that was fashionable at the time. Former staff members of our office conducted a site visit in 2008, and a current staff documented the property after the partial demolition. So on the slide, you can see the top row of images is from that 2008 site visit, and the lower row are the current photographs. You can see the recent demolition of the roof and its associated framing, removal of part of the chimney stack, and the removal of all internal parts of the log house. This is just a rear elevation that shows before and after images. You can see the new unpermitted construction and the demolition of the log house. You used to be able to see the rear wall and the other side elevation of the log house were all intact, albeit encapsulated by later additions, but they have now been removed completely, those two elevations. Shown here are cut sections of the log walls. While we did our site visit, staff found numerous instances of damaged logs from insects, general deterioration from exposure to the elements, and sections of the wall that were bulging. Lastly, on the right, the owner revealed a section of the stone foundation for the structural engineer's analysis of the house. In looking at the entire property, there are many non-historic buildings on the property from the mid to late 20th century. The photograph on the left is from 1980, and it shows an older, larger barn noted by the yellow arrow here. This barn, however, was demolished in the 1990s, and the photograph on the right is a smaller, early 20th century wood frame outbuilding that remains on the property, and in this picture, it's the blue arrow. And you can see the red arrow points to the log house in the 1980s. So very briefly, I'll just talk about some of the former occupants and original occupants of the house. Wilson H. and Mary Cecil acquired the then 66-acre property in 1859 and likely constructed the subject log house. Other family members of the Cecil family, who included his father, also constructed log houses in the area. At the property, Wilson and Mary Cecil operated a plantation with at least 4 enslaved persons prior to emancipation. Mary died in 1890, and Wilson lived on the property until 1904. So now moving on to staff's evaluation and recommendations. Staff finds that the subject property does not satisfy the designation criteria for historical and cultural significance or architectural and design significance due to a lack of integrity from the partial demolition of the log house. Historic resources must not only meet the designation criteria, but retain sufficient historic integrity such as design, materials, and workmanship to express its period of significance. The loss of major sections of the log house paired with diminished structural integrity of the remaining sections does not allow the Wilson Cecil house to convey its significance as a 19th century log house. If fully intact, the log house may have satisfied criterion 1A, historical and cultural significance, that the historic resource has character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the county, state, or nation, and criterion 2A, architectural and design significance, that the historic resource embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, and method of construction. And for reference, there are at least 19 log houses protected in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. So without the log house, the Wilson H. Cecil locational atlas site fails to satisfy the designation criteria as well, since it does not represent a 19th century farmstead, nor is it associated with individuals who made significant contributions to the county's heritage. And therefore, the Cecil House should be removed from the locational atlas and index of historic sites. So wrapping up with our staff recommendation again, staff and the Historic Preservation Commission recommends that the Cecil House fails to satisfy the designation criteria as outlined in the county code, that it be removed from the locational atlas, and lastly, that the planning board requires the property owner to engage a dendrochronologist to ascertain the date of construction for the log house and ensure its documentation.
Why are we doing that? Why are we doing number 3?
And
You know,
that is-
you're removing it.
Here we go. So number 3 is coming up about why we were making that recommendation. So the third recommendation recognizes that log houses are a relatively rare resource type in Montgomery County. Log houses dominated the landscape in the early 19th century, but few remain today. There are at least 19 log houses listed in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, and this accounts for approximately only 4% of the resources we have listed in the Master Plan. In addition, only 8 of these log houses are 2 stories in height. So on screen is an example of a Master Plan historic site, the Higgins Log House in Olney. So in many cases, the log houses are difficult to research and date due to their period of construction. As the owner is responsible for the current state of the building, it is within the public interest to document the resource for educational purposes as a condition of its removal from the locational atlas. Therefore, staff and HPC recommends the completion of this dendrochronology report. So dendrochronology is the science of dating wood utilizing yearly tree ring growth. It is a combination of biology and statistics, and it could provide a more definitive data construction of the home to augment our archival research efforts. This would increase our understanding of development patterns in this section of the county in the mid-19th century. And because of how the logs were hewn, keeping the rounded sides and the bark intact in the upper and lower sides, according to dendrochronologists I have spoken with, that there's a better chance they can even tell you what season of the year the logs were taken down in the 19th century. So it would help our understanding of log house architecture in the mid-19th century, which is something that we just don't have a lot of opportunities to explore in the county anymore.
And how much is the cost?
The one quote that I heard, just trying to understand the cost of it, was about $4,000.
So you believe it's worth to spend that $4,000?
Yes, we believe that the property owner, as a condition of the removal of the property, it is worthy of that expenditure as mitigation for the damage they conducted on the home before it was able to be evaluated by the Historic Preservation Commission or the Planning Board.
Okay, I'm just curious, how are we going to use this information?
Again, I think the information would be used for educational purposes as we approach other log houses, as we look at other properties on the atlas. That we may come across other log houses from the same period, and it will help us understand how and when these buildings were developed in the county. And just for documentation of this particular house, since it's going to be demolished.
Do we get a little more information if possible on how the unpermitted demolition happened in the first place?
The property owners are here if you'd like to address that question to them, but this was picked up by the Department of Permitting Services when they were made aware of the unpermitted work, both to the new addition that they were building and the demolition of the log house in June of 2024.
I have a related question. With the owners, how would an owner know of all the rest of the houses that are these sort of log, how would they know that their house is on the register, in the atlas, and that they need to go through a special process in order to do something with their home? I mean, is it?
Sure. So the application of any permit would have flagged this through the DPS system and would have contacted us to let us know that there was a proposal for work being done. So it was the function of the unpermitted work, did not allow us to, inform the property owner that this is on the locational atlas to begin with. Also, when you purchase a property, there are requirements through that you have to, as the seller, you have to notify the property, the potential owner, that it is on the atlas. So we have real estate agents call us all the time trying to clarify, is this an atlas property? Is this a master plan historic site? So through the purchasing of the property, you should be made aware that it is on the locational atlas. And then again, if a permit was filed, that would have been flagged for our division in our office to comment on any changes to the building to determine if it's a substantial alteration and therefore requires review to go through this process.
Okay, great. Given that this has happened, do you think that's sufficient to trigger you know, if so that, you know, in the future, a particular property that may have significant historical, cultural value is flagged before, you know, that? I mean, do you think, just in general, do you think that the current process is good enough? That's all I'm just saying.
Thank you, Chair Harris. This is Rebecca Ballo for the record. I do think that the current process we have is sufficient. I think it works. Our staff are notified multiple times every day through the e-plan system that a building permit has been filed. I'm in close coordination and communication with my colleagues in DPS and with DHCA, the other agency that can help us with abatement orders or if there have been violations of the building code at a particular property. So I do think that this is a relatively rare occurrence that we are dealing with for locational atlas sites and for master plan sites. There is unpermitted work that happens in Montgomery County, not just for historic properties, but for, you know, unfortunately, lots of different other kinds of properties. But I think that the system that we have does an excellent job of catching that. And then we have remedies through citations and violations to help to correct those remedies. This is just a case, unfortunately, where the staff and the HPC felt that there was just no remedy for the level of demolition that had occurred and deterioration for this particular resource.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And according to what Commissioner Hedrick said, what is the, I mean, is there a fine for what was done, whether it was historic or non-historic? Or no?
We did not request that the Department of Permitting Services issue a citation because the owner, when it was noted that the work was happening without any building permits, got to work filing a building permit. And typically that is the first step towards a remedy, that the owner file the building permit or file the trade permit and start to come into compliance. We do have a representative from DPS. If you'd like to ask more particular questions, we also have the vice chair in her capacity as well, and experience dealing with those violations. But typically that's what would happen.
Okay. No, go ahead, please.
Were there any monetary fines for doing unpermitted work that took away its historic status?
No. Typically, we would get to the monetary fine phase if there is a citation issued and then the violations, and then you would go to court. Those types of permitting violations are heard in district court, and it is up to the judge to issue, to levy any fines against a property owner, typically a couple $100 for permits that have not been acquired or for other types of violations. But is there a specific fine, if I understand the question, is there a specific fine for doing work, unpermitted work at a historic property different than another property? No, the fine is the same across the board for unpermitted work.
My issue,
I don't think DPS charge fine if people aren't permitted, correct, Ehsan? They just go and ask them to apply for the permit and pay the permit fee, and DPS staff goes. As much as I'm concerned, I know there is no fee, no penalty. And we are government. We are not there to punish people. They just work with them to get the permit.
We're here to achieve compliance. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So for us, when we are aware, so somebody has to raise it to our attention, we would investigate, and if there is some unpermitted work going on, we will issue a notice of violation, and we will give them at least 30 days, ample time to come and obtain all the required building permit. And in regard to this process, as soon as we were informed, we investigated and we issued a notice of violation to the property owner, and he did comply. I should say, and I think Ms. Bala can attest to that he's been very cooperative from beginning. So as soon as he found, somehow he thought it was not historic preservation. They purchased the property a couple of years ago. He's a landscaper, and he was looking for a place that he can do his business, looking for special exceptions, and this property had it. And somehow, I don't think he was aware this is not historic, because when we talked to him, it was showing me something that, hey, it's not, and no, it is historic. So as soon as we identified that, he stopped all the construction for the past year. No activities has occurred, just waiting to go through the whole process with the historic preservation. And then we can decide how to go on with reviewing the plans and going through the permitting process.
My concern is that when other persons or entities own a historic property and they look at this case, if there is no penalty or no punishment, I'm afraid that people will use this as an opportunity and use this case as an opportunity to, I hate to use the word, but decommission or materially change a structure without a permit. And then once it's so irreparably altered, then they get taken out of the historic preservation and they can build whatever they want. In some instances, I'm on the fence with regards to historic preservation, but when there's a clear violation with regards to the work that was done and it was unpermitted, and although they may have stopped the work, I just find it troublesome that savvy builders or developers or businessmen will use this as a template to destroy properties and rid them of their historic characteristics so as to move forward with new projects. So that's my concern.
Thank you for your comments, and as a valid concern. What I think we're here today, though, is to, one is, as a board, do we agree with staff that this project should be removed from the atlas? And I think, and I appreciate your opinion, your thoughts on that. Should they be punished or not? My feeling is that I would lean more toward what the DPS and the historic staff feel about that. But our goal today, I feel, is to decide, based on the evidence, should it be taken off the atlas.
Just one question on that point. If it's not taken off the atlas, what is the practical implication for the state of the house at this point, and what does that mean for the property owners?
Sure. So as part of the findings for today, as part of, for the county code requirements, is that the planning board could find that it can remove it from the atlas or recommend to the county council that it becomes a master plan historic site. And so designating the property would move that through the typical process that the planning board is recommending that the county council designate it. And so it gives it another 195 days before it has to be heard by the county council to see if it becomes a master plan historic site.
And if that happens, just sort of playing that out.
Sure. So then any changes on that property would require a historic area work permit by the Historic Preservation Commission. And then, they could demand that the property be reconstructed as is. Again, that wouldn't be a historic building anymore. It would be a new house that looks like a historic building. And so all the materials, the workmanship and fabric would be lost. And so that drove a lot of their recommendation to not move forward with that process.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And just to come back real quick to the question of how the information about the trees and the age would be helpful. Can you give us, is there any sort of specific example you can give us of how the research would be used?
Actually, Montgomery Parks has utilized the Oxford Tree Ring Laboratory on numerous occasions to help date what these resources are from. And just because, archival research can only take you so far, particularly with these types of log houses where they don't sometimes pop up in tax assessment records and other historic documents. And so, there's been instances throughout the country where someone thought they had a 1850s building, but it was actually a 1780s building, and you really have to reconsider about how that building was used historically on that property, what its purpose was, who occupied it. And so, if it comes back that this was a 1859 building, right when Wilson Cecil bought the property, I think we could feel confident that this was occupied by that family. But if it's a much older structure, it would just start to raise, research questions and historical questions about, the reuse of these buildings in the county. And so it could help us inform future evaluations about that type of resource.
Okay. Yep, thanks. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
No.
None being heard, do I have a motion to approve of staff's recommendations to remove 25110 100 Park Road, located currently in the atlas, it's M-10-63 Dickerson, from the locational atlas and index of historic sites, and which includes their recommendations in their staff report. That includes to engage a dendrochronologist in consultation with the historic preservation staff to ascertain the date and construction of the log house and ensure its documentation as a condition for removal of the locational atlas and index of historic sites.
I'll move to adopt the staff and HPC recommendations.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I abstain.
Okay, and 401. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a 1-minute break, 2-minute break, and then start with item number 9, Germantown Sector Plan Amendment, Existing Conditions and Community Feedback Reports. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, Germantown Sector Plan Amendment, Existing Conditions and Community Feedback Reports. This morning, we have Patrick Butler, who heads the Up-County Planning Team, to introduce his well-owned staff here.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Patrick Butler, the Up-County Chief. I have with me Don Ziegler, the Master Plan Supervisor, and obviously the team here, which is going to lead you through the presentation. I just wanted to quickly say that, as you know, last year we were undergoing the Germantown study, and part of that study, we evaluated several aspects of the 2009 plan, and part of that study was to determine whether or not a master plan amendment would be necessary or not, based on those elements. And throughout the course of the extensive outreach that we did, the overwhelming consensus from residents, businesses, stakeholders within the Germantown plan area was that they desperately needed this plan amendment. And so rather than deliver the results of that study at the end of this past year, as you know, we requested a supplemental from the council, which was granted, to pivot immediately into the Germantown Sector Plan Amendment. And so we're closing out the result of that work of the study with the existing conditions and community feedback reports, which you're about to receive here. We'll take a break for lunch, and when we come back, we will present the scope of work and the boundary establishment for this sector plan. So anyways, just want to give you that preface before the team takes it away. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jamie and the team.
All right, good morning, Planning Board Chair and members. I'm Jamie Pratt from the Up-County team. The co-lead on this project is Audrey Vogel, who had to be in the kids' table back there. But you're going to hear a lot more from her during this afternoon's presentation on the scope of work and less from the rest of us. I believe Patrick already introduced Don Ziegler, but we also have Jesus Beck, Bhavna Siva Subramanian, or something like that. Justine Yvonne, Roberto Duke, and Lily Mernon to deliver parts of this presentation. So without further ado, I will get going here. So I think most people know where Germantown is located. So we have this slide here just for the record, and then this is just a brief outline of today's presentation, which is the study background and then the existing conditions and what we've heard. And a lot of what we heard came from a questionnaire that we had online for a few months last year, and we actually got over 300 responses, and a lot of people provided a lot of, why did you answer this way? And they would go on with a lot of details. So we got a lot of good feedback during that questionnaire, and the response rate was very high. So it kind of cut off a lot of the initial engagement that we would be doing was part of this amendment that we're transitioning into, just because we have such a good starting point. So just Patrick kind of summarized that we did transition from the study to the amendment, but this existing conditions report was based on the 2009 plan and the study we were doing of that plan area. But it's, there's clearly been changing trends in the office employment market countrywide, not just in Germantown, but that's had a major impact since even before 2009, we think. There are a lot of densities in some developments that have been approved that fall short of what the plan envisioned for certain sites. So we're looking into why that might be happening. There's been some changes to transportation recommendations over the last 16 years that have an effect on Germantown. And so the study was basically considered a check-in on what is and is not working in the sector plan area, kind of similar to the master plan reality checks that are sometimes done by the research group, but it's with a slightly different focus. The goals of the study were to assess the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges Germantown faces, and to work with community members to understand how to guide the plan area's future, So we're going to engage with the community through regular coordination, and we're going to continue this effort as we go forward with the sector plan amendment. And so this study will help us understand what interventions may be needed to make recommendations for the future. So this shows you the plan boundary from the 2009 plan. The employment corridor was always considered 270, so both sides of 270 were thought of as being a place where there could be a lot more office development with some signature buildings visible from I-270. And then this section down here is the town center all the way down to where the MARC rail station is. And this is kind of the activity hub and a lot of retail establishments, shopping centers and the like. But there's also the Milestone Shopping Center up in this area is a huge retail center for the area. And you'll also see Montgomery College campus is a large part of the area. And the U.S. Department of Energy is the other large site within the plan area. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Bhavna for a look at the demographics. And I will mention that she's subbing for Ben Kraft, who was called in sick today. So go easy on Bhavna.
Thanks, Jamie. For the record, Bhavna Sivasubramanian, Housing Research Planner in the Research and Strategic Projects Division. You can go to the next slide. Oh, great. So for the demographics portion of the study, we created a Germantown study area, and this is based on 10 census tracts in and around the 2009 plan boundary. We chose this because it's the smallest geography that most of the census statistics are available for. So as you can see in the map here, the red is the 2009 boundary, and then the surrounding green is the Germantown study area that we've chosen for the demographics study. So as the table numbers show, Germantown has been growing both in terms of population and housing supply at the same rate as the county since 2009, which is around 12%. This slide is showing the housing typologies in Germantown relative to the stock in the county as of 2022. So there is a smaller share of single-family detached units and a larger share of townhomes in Germantown relative to the county. And overall, there are also more multifamily structures in Germantown, which are more concentrated in the smaller buildings with 2 to 9 units. Cost burden, the table down below, meaning that households spend over 30% of their income on housing costs, is around the same as the county, both for cost burdened and severe cost burdened, which is spending more than 50% of one's income. And then looking at housing tenure, in 2022, 59% of households in Germantown were owner-occupied, and this is slightly lower than the county rate, so there's a larger share of renter-occupied households in Germantown compared to the county. In terms of race and ethnicity, Germantown has been ranked by some sources as the most diverse small city in America, and many residents have expressed, either through questionnaires or community meetings, that diversity is one of their favorite things about Germantown. So the study area has almost an equal mix of white, Black, Asian, and Hispanic residents, which is fairly notable. And in line with this mix, it has a higher percentage of foreign-born residents than the county overall. In terms of age, the study area is slightly younger than the county overall, with higher percentages of people in the age ranges under 55, but fewer in the older age ranges. This laser isn't really working. But Germantown is also getting older at a faster rate than the county. So the bottom right graph is showing declines in the share of the younger residents, but increases for the older residents. Looking at income and poverty and education, per capita incomes in Germantown have been lower than the county averages, but they've also grown at a faster rate than the county, so 6% versus 2% between 2009 and 2022, reaching around $47,500 per capita in 2022. And then a higher percentage of Germantown residents in the study area live under poverty level than the county. So this is 10% versus 7% countywide. And then looking at education, the Germantown study area is fairly well educated with 90% of residents with at least a high school diploma, and this reflects county averages. But differences arise when looking at the higher levels of education, where 48% of Germantown residents have at least a bachelor's degree, but the share for the county is at 60%. And then looking at the Community Equity Index, I know you have all been briefed by Ben Kraft about this before, but just a brief description. This index measures the extent to which individual neighborhoods are representative of the socioeconomic diversity of the county. So it uses equity-related indicators to create this measure. And as you can see in the map, most of the Germantown plan areas is more socioeconomically disadvantaged than the county on average, with the southwestern tract, that orange track, being the most disadvantaged. And this is suggesting that this area could benefit from more public investments. And looking specifically at this tract, that has a lower per capita income and a higher rental rate, 71% relative to the rest of the area.
So is this measure based on income or other things? The socioeconomically disadvantaged, what are the criteria for that?
Yeah, so the Community Equity Index has a lot of indicators that I will defer to Ben Kraft to explain further, but there are a lot of variables that have been inputted to create that index. So income is one indicator, rental occupancy is another indicator, and there are several others that go into creating the index.
It was interesting that if all the advantaged categories were outside of the, outside of the area of study. So that was sort of interesting.
Yeah. And I think definitely notable as we go forward with recommendations for this area. And then briefly looking at employment within the plan area, this table is just showing employment change in Germantown between 2010 and 2023. We're missing some of the public data information because of data quality, but this is just kind of the show that the private sector is not really growing or is actually declining slightly in Germantown, and this is the same pattern and trend as the county too. But there are three pretty notable sectors in the Germantown area, the largest industry being the satellite and communications technologies. And this is kind of a spin-off of the ComSat industries. Some of the notable ones here, and I'll show a list on the next slide, are Hughes and Viasat in this area. Another notable and growing secondary hub is biotechnology, and this employment has more than doubled between 2010 and 2023 to nearly 600 employees in this area. And then also to talk about the restaurant and bar industry, the growth in Germantown between 2010 and 2023 was twice that of the county's growth in this sector, so something to pay attention to. And then here's just a list of the top employers that kind of make up these different sectors. As I mentioned, the Hughes network system, this is the largest employer, 2,000 people in the study area that are working in the satellite and communications technology area.
If I could real quickly, just to answer the question regarding the Community Equity Index, I just took a looked it up. There are 5 indicators that make up the index. One is people who are under 200% of poverty. Second is people without bachelor's degree. Third, people who rent housing. Fourth, people who speak English less than very well. And then the 5th is per capita income. Those are the 5 indicators that make up the Community Equity Index. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask one quick question on, if we could go back to just the previous slide where we looked at employment. Do we also have data on like total entities that employ people as well?
I'm sure we do have that data, and I can definitely ask Ben Kraft to get back to you about total entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, like looking through this list, a few things stand out. Obviously, there's, there's several government related, which came up before as sort of, we didn't have that old data, but we have kind of the current numbers there. Mm-hmm. But then there's a lot of large employers, as well,
Yeah.
which, relatively few large employers that employ lots of people. But I'd be interested to also find out like how many kind of smaller employers and businesses just exist in the area, even if they're employing relatively few
Fewer
people.
numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we can definitely get back to you with that number.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I'm going to take over again for a second here just to talk about the current land use. You can see on the map on this screen, to me, a couple of obvious things that jump out are the large blue area on the right, and that is the Montgomery College campus. So when you look at the land use pie chart, you'll see institutional community facilities make up a large segment of the plan area, and that is the dominating land use in that category. Seneca Valley High School to the south is also another large institutional use in the plan area. The office use, the Department of Energy is this large property, and then the Hughes has a presence here, and then the rest is kind of scattered throughout the plan area. A lot of retail, several large shopping centers are in Germantown, including the Milestone, the Wegmans, and the ones over off of Germantown Road. And so, that's just half the land uses right there, and then you'll see the next is multifamily scattered throughout the plan area as well. And then all the others make up smaller proportions. So not a lot of even single-family attached units. You can kind of see a few within this open space area here and up here and here. So even though the Germantown area is dominated by townhouses, most of them are just outside of this plan area.
So what is vacant? Is it vacant buildings?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, these are vacant properties.
Like
which you
housing, commercial, so there are buildings there.
These aren't buildings, these are just blank land that has not been developed yet.
Just land not being used at all.
Greenfield development.
Greenfields, not even for, farming.
We've had, for most of these areas, especially on the west side of 270, we actually have approved plans that I'll show you in a minute that have not been built. So we actually have planning board approvals. They're in the development pipeline, but for whatever reason, the developer has not gone forward with building those.
So these are like opportunity areas.
That's correct. So this is where I think the sector plan will be able to make the most differences on these blank areas. And we've had some meetings in recent months with people who are interested in developing parts of Germantown, redeveloping some underutilized sites or filling in some of these spaces. So there is some momentum here already, but the sector plan needs to have a few updates for them to fully realize their vision.
I'm glad you brought up underutilized spaces because one of the things that I think would be really interesting to see visually or geographically sort of on a map like this, if we can, is how much of this area is devoted to surface parking lots? Because I think that feeds directly into some of the redevelopment potential, kind of infill potential, being much more land efficient as we think about going through this process. I'm sure we've all been through this area many times, but this area has a lot of large surface parking lots, especially for kind of a town center area. So yeah, to the extent that we can kind of understand the scale of how much parking is currently there, and maybe even some information about like utilization and kind of as it relates to redevelopment potential, I think that would be really interesting as we go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say quickly that we have had discussions that Germantown in particular, often feels like Mid-Pike Plaza, Pike and Rose, kind of, that White Flint area 10, 20 years ago. So we've been talking about parking lots to places and very much thinking in that realm of suburban infill.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Thanks.
And we actually have some slides that show exactly that when Roberto is talking later. So you'll see those parking lots.
Next time you can just tell me to hang on, hang tight. It's coming.
No, you made, see, you had some interesting, we haven't thought to do the study of specifically the parking lot area itself and what kind of density or that could yield just from the parking lots alone. So along with the land use, we've got the zoning. You can see the orangish areas here are all these mixed-use CR family of zones. So the 2009 plan had created a mixed-use zone that was then replaced with the 2014 zoning ordinance with these CR zones. But you will see an overlay indicated with these stripes and the triangles. And so this overlay zone is something that is a BRTB-LT, building lot termination requirement that is 7 times higher than if you were in the same zone anywhere else in the county, so like Bethesda or Silver Springs. So this is another reason why we really wanted to look into this sector plan, because that adds a real cost to any project that goes over a density of 0.5 FAR. So we don't want to discourage people from development by having a financial requirement like that. So that will definitely be something we will be making recommendations about in the sector plan.
And you can stop me if the next slide, sorry to jump in, if the next slide is going to address this very issue, which is something that happens to me fairly often, as well as commercial limited. Why is that so much higher? Why is the BLT requirement so much higher there? When was it instituted and why is it there?
It was, this master plan was, the 2009 plan was being developed at the same time they were coming up with BLTs.
Yeah.
And so this one and one, I think, near Shady Grove, maybe, there was 2 plans going on in 2009 to 10. And they said, well, we got these new BLT program to further protect the ag reserve. So where are we going to apply it? And so they applied it in these 2 plans that were going on at the same time. So I think it was just really like, if we want this program to be successful, we're going to have to start putting it in here. And I think that at the time they were working on this plan, all of the numbers showed just an upward trajectory of office development. So they thought that this would be a great place. It's going to grow anyway.
That's a massive disincentive for residential housing to have BLT. That's incredibly high and incredibly hard to overcome for residential. That's shocking.
Yeah, there's also in Germantown, the sector plan has site-specific recommendations for maximum amount of commercial versus residential. And in this case, there's a lot of places that say a maximum of 50% residential, and we have people that want to do a lot higher than that.
Yeah, okay, I'll refrain from saying my usual thing of true up the FAR for commercial and residential in these areas, but yeah, thanks.
So if you're going to cover it later, that's fine. You don't have to answer. But I'm just curious to see that how this map overlays with the growth areas and how those growth areas interrelate with some kind of public transportation. Maybe you could just talk about it maybe either later or maybe in the afternoon.
Well, Justine's gonna talk about all the transportation issues. So if we don't answer it after he's talked, then we'd be happy to answer anything.
But the growth area goes around 270, goes all the way up here?
Yes, it goes all the way to Clarksburg, so it goes even north of here.
Okay.
And so the development potential, this one is showing that we have about 8.5 million square feet of commercial development. But the 2009 master plan thought there would be, in the time frame of that plan, 15 to 30 years, let's say, that there'd be 24,000. So there was only 8 million, I'm sorry, 24 million. There was only 8 million in 2009. So there's been about 1 million square feet of commercial development in the area. You'll see this in the next slide. I calculated this as like a 1% annual growth rate, which isn't going to get us anywhere close to the 24 million anytime soon. The growth in dwelling units went from about 6,000 to 8,000 in that time period. But if you look at what the zoning would actually allow, it would allow up to 33,000 dwelling units if every bit of land in Germantown was maxed out at development. So we already have potential, and again, with commercial, 65 million would be possible. But this assumes that, you're starting from a blank slate and building everything to the maximum FAR. So there is, with the current zoning, the potential, but there's other impediments in the sector plan that are preventing this from happening. This map is showing what has been built since 2009, so it's not like we didn't get anything. It's kind of color-coded by land uses. You can see that the multifamily units are spread throughout the area. There's a few townhouse units in yellow shown here, and then there's the new high school and the Holy Cross Hospital, a campus building, a new fire station. So we've gotten some development, but only, like we said, about 1 million square feet of commercial when we thought there'd be 16 million more square feet of commercial. Maybe not by today, but it's not, the current pace is not going to bring us to that number. And then here's the stuff that hasn't been built but has been approved. So you'll see a lot of these, this is one of those vacant properties. This is one of those vacant properties on the land use. There's a vacant property here. So we have at least sketch plans, if not site plan approvals for a lot of development in the plan area that totals 3.4 million square feet of commercial and 1,500 dwelling units. So current market conditions or various other factors, we're never quite sure why a developer hasn't gone forward with their project. But, at some point they thought this was realistic. They made the applications, paid all those fees, went through the whole process, and then we didn't get it. Or in some cases, we've gotten part of a project.
So how old are they and how long the plans would stay valid? 5 years?
Some of them have come through with extension of their validity period requests over the years. But I don't know the actual approval date of most of these. I don't know if, Patrick, if you have
Yeah,
a
I'll
sense.
just say that depending on the size of the project, some can be longer than the minimum 5 years. They all probably vary. We don't have the exact dates of all of them. We could easily get that to you, but and then others have come through, like Jamie said, and requested extension requests, or they've amended their plans for subsequent phases and then requested adjustments to their validity period at that time. So there's going to be sort of a mixed bag on this, and they're going to be staggered.
But is this normal to have that many not built usually, or is it more in here than any other areas in the county? Because this is a lot.
Yeah. I think from a county-wide perspective, there are a couple of instances. I would say that there's a larger number concentrated here. Also, previously, I worked in Mid-County for 10 years. I would say there was also a somewhat larger number of pipeline development in the Life Sciences Center, Shady Grove. So, there are a couple of areas, I'll say at least in the county, that this has been an issue and that we want to aim to address with this amendment.
So do we know the reasons that we can help with this amendment? Have we talked to them? Do we reach out to them?
Yeah. So one, Jamie was alluding to, there's often strict percentages of the maximum amount of residential that can be realized on a particular property. To get there, you have to supplement that with commercial or non-residential development. Often that's put off to future phases. And so they're maximizing the amount of residential that they could do, and then not coming forward with the commercial for a couple of reasons. One, that market isn't there to support the non-residential uses. And two, the BLT requirement alone is keeping people from moving into optional method of development because it is so high and really out of balance for most of the rest of the county.
Yeah. I mean, every star on there is unbuilt commercial, unbuilt commercial, unbuilt commercial, unbuilt commercial, unbuilt commercial. Like that's, so they're running in and they're running up the residential and they're killing the rest of the project for the thing. If there's an adjustment Not saying there will be, but if there's an adjustment for that, they can come in for updates to their site plans and stuff like that to increase and to adjust their phases.
Yes, correct.
All right, great.
And maybe if there is no market for commercial, they add to the residential. Is that a possibility we look into?
Correct, yes. We would look for additional flexibility, adjusting that language, allowing more flexibility consistent with the zone and the needs of today, based on the general plan, based on the market, based on housing needs, and trying to support our existing town center, our activity centers within the plan area.
I'm just going to take a second to plug something that we're going to be working on. A master plan process is a great opportunity for us to dig into at a very context-specific, property-by-property understanding of why some of these projects aren't going forward. But we're actually about to embark on a similar effort countywide to understand what's in our pipeline, primarily focus on the residential side, but what's in our pipeline and why certain projects are not moving forward, and seeing if there's a difference in that reason geographically or based on the type of product. And that's something that our housing team is actually meeting tomorrow to kind of kick off that effort. So I just wanted to give the board a heads up that we're going to try to get more answers to these types of questions generally.
And that is perfect. I suggest that if you find out, don't wait a long time from 2009 until now. Come faster to us to bring, if you really know that there is an unflexibility that prevent the development, we should jump on it fast and try to resolve it. Just saying.
Yes, that is our aim with this update.
And finally, for this section, this is just a couple of the examples of what we have got in the pipeline. Poplar Grove was approved for a mix of uses. I think there's a hotel, office, some townhouses, some retail areas. But then when they came in with a site plan, it was just the townhouse portion of this because that's what they could develop now, given the current market. So, a later phase would come in to fill in the commercial portions of this property. And on the right, we have the Milestone area where they have proposed and gotten approval for 3 new flex industrial office spaces, which there is a strong market for in this area. But again, this has not been, they haven't gone forward with this, for various reasons that we don't know all those reasons. But, these are just a couple of examples of the kinds of things that we have approved but haven't seen yet. And I'm going to turn it over to Roberto now to talk about the urban realm here.
For the record, Roberto Duke, I'm going to go over the next series of slides. I would like to show some of the land uses in Germantown and how their existing build form has evolved. So first, this is really the retail spaces and how they've evolved. First, I'd like to go over a quote that from our existing conditions, where a community member said they believe that they can meet their daily needs in Germantown. And as you can see from the 3 aerials here, much of the retail in Germantown is in the form of a strip shopping centers. In some cases, many of the buildings back onto the streets and the right-of-ways, and that the entrances to all of these are set back quite a distance from the right-of-ways, and that really all of the buildings are surrounded by a sea of parking, getting to your point, and that there are some pad sites interspersed within the parking areas. Next slide. In terms of the office building land use, again, you see kind of a mixture here with the buildings set back with the exception of the Cloverleaf Center on the left side, buildings set back from the rights-of-ways. In many cases, again, you have instances where the parking is between the building and the street, and that the entrances, the primary entrances to the buildings are located along the parking lots rather than the streets themselves. Next slide.
Well, I do want to interrupt just for a second. To the movie theater that you see on this site, I think in December it closed. So this one, does have a good urban form and being up against the street, but now Germantown doesn't have a movie theater. This is a site where there is potential for redevelopment, but I just wanted to point out that there is that different use in that, and that's really close to the town center itself.
With this, I'd like to focus on the town center area, specifically the area between Middlebrook Road and Crystal Rock Drive. It's about a 4-block stretch. And one of the quotes is that, a community member said that Germantown seems spread out and that there doesn't appear to be a destination to the community. The 2009 plan envisioned that the area would develop with buildings sited along pedestrian-friendly streets and with parking to their sides or rear of buildings. A focal point of the town center district is the Black Rock Center, and you can see it in all 3 images here. And as you can see from the image on the right, the Black Rock is a central focus along Century Boulevard. And on the north side or left side of the aerial image along Century Boulevard within the town center area, you can see that the buildings are located close to the street. However, on the opposite side of the street, the right-hand side, we see the parking lot for the Safeway. And really on 3 sides, that parking lot is right up along the street in many cases. And this is vastly different from the what was envisioned in 2009 with structures along the street and parking and structured parking behind. And next, I would like to show, these are just some streetscape images of how it looks on the streetscape. This upper center photograph is of the town center area, that left-hand side where you do have the buildings close to the street, and it's a more walkable street's edge. Also on the upper right corner, you do have the Germantown Library there. That's the side entrance to the library. And it's difficult to see, but there's quite a distance between the street and the building itself along Century Boulevard itself. There's a little bit of a dip there, so it's a little bit of a different area. And on the bottom left, in the Germantown Historic District, which is in the very south portion of the Germantown Employment Area Plan, you do have the Mark Station area. Adjacent to that, on the south side, there's the Historic District, which is composed of primarily single-family homes. And north of that, up on the hill, there's a number of vacant parcels, but also you have the high school, Seneca Valley High School, and some other community areas. The center portion is showing a typical streetscape of a lot of the main arteries that are going through the Germantown area. So you have a wide expanse to get from one side to the other. And so it's sometimes difficult for pedestrians to traverse across this area. This is just a view of the street view on the right-hand side of the Black Rock community space. Next slide. And then
Could I just, sorry to interrupt, the image of the wide right-of-way just made me think of this. Do we know sort of the origins of why a lot of these arterials were so wide in this way?
I think one of the things, and Justine will talk about it briefly, is the right-of-way was dedicated for CCT, for the CCDT to come through, so that center area without the trees would have transportation running through the center of it.
Gotcha, okay. And I suppose, you know, long-term, that could potentially still be some version of that. I know that it's changed over time, but, you know.
Yeah, we'll get into some of the, look, there's going to be a heavier focus on, let me back up entirely now. So one, yes, the CCT was planned along this boulevard, but two, also for the time period, there was much heavier emphasis on how fast can we move cars through intersections. That was our test. And so as a result, many of our roadways around the county were designed that way. So that's one of the things we want to look at is a heavier emphasis on multimodal transportation, and particularly transit, ped, and bike users. This is also an area that's known for high crash data, largely as a result of the design of the road based on the time period. And so we're looking at all of these things in concert when we review this plan.
That sounds great. Sorry,
I'd like to
Sean.
add a comment. The Black Rock Center area, and the shopping, the homes, and the streets, and the design, when I've driven through it, I really like it, and it seems like it was really well planned with the shopping and the Black Rock Community Center. And so, is there going to be some change to that? Because I thought when I visited the area, it seems to be a really well planned out mixed use type of neighborhood with retail, townhomes, and the community center.
Well, I think one of the things is that the two images on the left, the image on the left and the image in the center, it shows, yes, that we do have, it's well planned, especially along that left side in the aerial photograph and on portions of both sides further up. But, the intent in the 2009 plan was to have the area of the parking lot for the Safeway to fill in with land uses, so you have it on both sides of the street, so make it even better. And that has not occurred, to potentially keep the Safeway or something in that form in that area, but then build around it and have structured parking so that that's not the dominant feature on that edge.
Yeah, I would just say this is one of the highlights of the town center, and so we want to build on that. There may be small additions that better enhance that, but I wouldn't expect like wholesale changes of the elements I think you're alluding to, which everyone points to, which are wonderful, and we want to build on those and help the town center fill in. Perhaps expand what's great about what you just described to the blocks heading outward in both directions. So again, I don't want to say there will be no changes, but I think the changes would be very welcome, and it would be as a result of the public outreach that we've conducted. Even last night, we were hearing about, this is great, let's build on this, here are some additions we can do, some things that we could add even to this Main Street through the town center. So.
Sure, and if you go to the next slide, thank you. On the upper left corner, we have the this is the area adjacent to Crystal Rock, the northern portion of, Century Boulevard, and Aircraft Drive. You have the transit center on that upper left-hand image, but on the left-hand side of where the buses stop on that transit center, it's a shopping center parking lot. So no development has occurred on that side. And then on the right side, you have the automotive repair shops. And then in the background, that a little high rise is the Fairchild apartment building, which is the next photograph. And this was a more recent project, and it shows what the potential could be for redevelopment in the area. So the building is close to the street. The base of the building has storefronts, but right now those storefronts are occupied by units because there's not the demand for the retail space, but it can be converted at some point in time. Then further up, as you go around Century Boulevard at the bend, you have, I guess, an amenity space, a venue, the Top Golf, which is an attraction for the community. And that's near I-270, right near I-270 and Century Boulevard. And then as you get a little bit further up along Century Boulevard, you see some of the housing types that you find. So a townhouse development in the Cloverleaf development, another apartment development in that Cloverleaf development, and then finally, as you get to the end of Century, an apartment development at Black Hill, at the Black Hill development.
And I'm going to jump in here with one more little factoid, is the Fairchild Apartments is actually the only development that has purchased any BLTs in the Germantown area. So for 16 years, we had one project that, as far as I can tell, this is the only one that had to buy some of those to get the density they wanted.
Maybe you don't have, you may not know now, but maybe in the afternoon session or maybe another, you can email us. I'd be interested to know what is the value of a BLT? I don't have a sense of, is it?
$225,000. And there's a formula in the zoning ordinance that says how many you have to buy based on, 50% of some residential square footage that's above 0.5 FAR or something like that. So I think that they had to buy 1.5, if I had to guess, for Fairchild.
Like
And I think
1.5
it added about
times-
$2,500 per unit is what I calculated was the cost, extra cost of those BLTs.
Okay, $2,500 per unit.
About $2 per square foot
Okay.
for any development. So 1 million square feet is going to cost you $2 million extra dollars.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And finally, I'd like to show this diagram. I know it's kind of a transportation diagram about the level of comfort for pedestrians, but it also, in a way, feeds into the built form that we have in the Germantown area right now. So in terms of, the photographs I showed and the aerial photographs specifically, a lot of the area is dominated by strip shopping centers and larger highway type development. So it makes it very uncomfortable for people to actually get out of their car and walk around. And the beige on that shows if it's a comfortable area to walk, and the red areas shows an uncomfortable area to walk. So the red areas, in many cases, are right around the town center area and the areas where we want to try to improve the walkability. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, it's all uncomfortable. All uncomfortable, I'm sorry.
It's all uncomfortable.
Just different levels of being uncomfortable.
Yeah. What this map is really interesting, and what it also shows to me just right off the top is the lack of connectivity and maybe some potential as we're thinking about redevelopment, and and we talk about this in other master plan areas too, other processes, adding new connections and sort of introducing a more gridded structure, which as redevelopment opportunities come up, I think that could be part of the conversation. And in other contexts, gridding, adding proper grids can introduce, in some cases, like more redevelopment opportunities or different kinds of redevelopment opportunities. So just, it's hard to sort of pinpoint exact, there's a lot of different contexts here, but the sweeping takeaway is there might be some opportunities for that, which would be good to talk more about.
And now I'm going to turn it back over to Bhavna.
So as part of what was the employment study, we also conducted a market study to understand the existing real estate conditions in Germantown and the trends over the past decade. So And the study included looking at commercial, so office, retail, and flex properties, as well as the multifamily market. And we primarily use data from CoStar, which is a private commercial property data vendor, and the data that I'll be presenting is as of the end of Q2 of 2024. So the map and table on this slide show where each type of development is located within the plan area and the quantity that each occupies. And overall, apart from the office market, the real estate market in Germantown is stable to strong. The metrics for retail, flex, space, and multifamily uses suggest varying levels of unmet demand. So I'll go through each of these property types and talk about rents and vacancy rates in Germantown compared to the county and some of the other submarkets. So of these property types, office development in Germantown is the oldest, retail industrial space are slightly younger, and multifamily is the newest type of development. And any type of real estate development in Germantown really only began to flourish from the 1980s onwards, as you can see in this chart. Office development accelerated in the 1990s with over 2 million square feet built during that decade, but in the 2000s kind of saw a sharp decline, and this has continued to drop, signaling a decreased demand of this kind of space. And similar to the office market, retail also witnessed growth in the 90s with over 1 million square feet built by the turn of the century. However, since 2000, it's also gradually decreased. And while office and retail waned in the 2000s, the industrial warehouse research and development space, which we're calling flex, thus took off. And though this development type dropped off slightly between 2010 and 2019, it is picking up again, as we'll see with some of the new recent flex developments. And then in terms of multifamily development, Germantown saw the greatest construction of multifamily units in the 1980s, and it continued to build consistently until the 2010s. Though the previous decade saw a slight decline in multifamily housing construction, the past 5 years, shown by the partial period at the end of the chart there, reflects steady growth, which can be expected to continue. So looking now a little deeper at the office market, there are currently 66 office properties in the sector plan area, totaling 3.4 million square feet. And Germantown office rents have been consistently lower than the county and comparative submarkets throughout the past decade, and they've also grown slower than the county. In terms of office vacancy, Germantown had a high office vacancy rate of 22.6% relative to the county vacancy rate, which was 17.2%. And while office vacancy in Germantown has consistently been higher than the county and other submarkets, it's also been following the same increasing trajectory as all of these markets or geographies. And this partially reflects the shift towards work from home arrangements since the COVID-19 pandemic. But this trend has also began prior to the pandemic and the adoption of telework. There's been net negative absorption in office space over the past 5 years, so this means that more space has been vacated than leased, and just shows the limited demand for new office spaces. In terms of the retail market, there are currently 117 retail businesses in the sector plan area, totaling over 2.1 million square feet of development. And while retail rents in Germantown have fluctuated over the past decade, as of 2024, the retail rents in Germantown exceeded those of the county. And just in the past year, Germantown saw an increase of 2.8% in average retail rents, while the county experienced a decline of 3%. In terms of retail vacancy rates, in Germantown, they've been quite low over the past decade. They're consistently under what we call a healthy vacancy rate of 5%. So in 2024, they were at 2% in Germantown, and this is compared to the county retail vacancy rate of 5.2%. There has been no new retail built in Germantown since 2020, and since then there's also been negative net absorption, meaning that more space has been vacated than leased, and this can demonstrate a market that may be approaching saturation.
Do we know if there's, even though the vacancy rate is quite low, has there been any turnover? Like, what's the turnover like in the area?
That's a good question. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but I will definitely look into that because I think that could be pretty indicative.
Yeah, especially because there's been none built, low vacancy, much lower than the county. I think I'm trying to wrap my head around kind of what the implication of these seemingly divergent trends might be. I mean, I'm not as familiar with kind of vacancy rates on the commercial and retail side and what it indicates, but it seems as though there's still a high level of demand for retail and what it offers, although obviously trends are changing kind of nationally as well. But nothing built. I wonder, is that reflective more of kind of the other things we were talking about before, or something going on with demand in the area? Yeah, just trying to kind of wrap my head around what this means.
No, it's definitely a good question. I think what the quote on the slide also kind of reflects some of the thinking around retail in Germantown. So there's a acknowledgement that there is retail, but this respondent has reflected on the dispersed retail network and how it's very kind of scattered, and a desire for a more cohesive destination, or one more cohesive network. But I will look into the turnover rates, because I think that might be able to explain some of these trends.
Thanks.
So now looking at the flex market. So a flex building is a space that can combine office, R&D, light industrial, and warehousing uses. There are currently 23 flex properties in the sector plan area, and they cover approximately 2.7 million square feet of development. And flex space doesn't work well in existing vacant office space, because office buildings tend to be multi-story, whereas flex spaces need single-story use. The current average rents for flex properties in Germantown are higher than the county and comparable submarkets. And as you can see in the graph on the right, the prices increased drastically from 2021 to 2023, and then last year saw a significant drop, likely in response to a recent increase in the supply of flex space in the Germantown area. And I'll talk about this on the next slide, but some of these new spaces were mentioned before, including the Hughes Network Systems. And then as of 2024, Germantown's flex vacancy rate was about equal to the county rate, around 8%. Though up until recently, its vacancy rate was lower than other submarkets, and because of these new flex deliveries, including Observation Labs in 2023, and then 19710 Observation Drive in 2024, its vacancy rate has now surpassed some of these comparative markets. There are 3 proposed but unbuilt flex properties that Jamie had mentioned, and these are the Milestone Office Park, and that totals 470,000 square feet of development once they get built. And given that most of the flex building stock is from 2006 or earlier, this recent uptick in flex deliveries, and then also with the higher rents that we've seen, demonstrates demand for this market in Germantown. And finally, looking at the multifamily market, there are currently 16 existing multifamily buildings that total around 5,400 units. While rents for multifamily units in Germantown have gradually increased over the past decade, they remain below the county average, both for price per unit and price per square foot. And especially compared to Bethesda and downtown Silver Spring, rents for multifamily units in Germantown are relatively affordable. And over the past year, Germantown had the lowest percentage change in rents relative to these other submarkets. Looking at multifamily market vacancy, these rates have been pretty volatile over the past decade, mostly following the trends of deliveries. So as you can see in the graph here, in years where a lot of units are built, for example, in 2019, 2020, the vacancy rates surge, but then they decrease as these units get occupied. And as of 2024, the Germantown's vacancy rate for multifamily was below that of the county, 5% versus 6% in the county. And there is positive net absorption, meaning that there has been an increase in the number of occupied units. And a couple of the recent deliveries that were mentioned before were the Fairchild Apartments in 2023 and the Seneca Creek Senior Living in 2024.
Can I just ask one quick question about geography? And when you start talking about office, you mentioned North Silver Spring. What geography is North Silver Spring?
Yeah, so these are submarkets that we've gotten from CoStar, which is our private data company source for this type of commercial data. And I could look further into exactly how they define it, but they have created these submarket geographies, which we sometimes use for comparison's sake.
Okay, if you figure it out, just send an email or something.
Yep,
yeah,
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, this is just anyone. Okay. turn. For the record, this is Justin Ivan, and I will be discussing the transportation section of this presentation, which describes the existing transportation elements in the study by providing an overview of the street pedestrian and bicycle network conditions, and highlighting the existing problems concerning motor vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle safety. Information regarding the existing transit services will also be provided and discussed later on. And to start this presentation, several major roadways and streets like I-270, Frederick Road, Father Hurley Boulevard, Germantown Road, Millbrook Road, and Great Seneca cross and make up the study area. And essentially what all of these roads have in common is how wide they are and how undesirable for pedestrians they become due to the level of the risks that they pose. Many of these streets lack sidewalks, crosswalk receiving ramps, and signals, which are essential to guaranteeing pedestrian safety when there is the presence of such wide streets. Some of these streets also have very narrow sidewalks or don't even have sidewalks at all, and the same goes with the bicycle lanes, issues that we will talk more about later. These major roadways are not only dangerous to pedestrians and bicyclists because they lack the necessary infrastructure to keep them safe, but also because they're really wide and congested roadways, some of them with very high posted speed limits and extensive crossing spacing in between. And at the same time, this level of congestion and high speed limits also pose a risk to motor vehicle drivers, issue that we will also circle back later. And as I said before, many of these streets have a very high average annual daily traffic volume, which simply means that they're really traveled and therefore really congested. Lines in red and orange here on the map indicate that the streets were an average annual daily traffic of 20,000 or more. And as you can see, almost every major street is lined either with red or yellow. I-270, Frederick Road, Germantown Road, Ridge Road, Father Hurley Boulevard, and Middlebrook Road all show high levels of traffic. Now, diving more into the issues that the study area has, Germantown has one of the county's highest concentration of severe and fatal collisions. The exhibit on the screen here illustrates lines in red and blue, which are the street segments with the highest rates of serious and fatal crashes. From now on, we're referring to them as high injury networks. The high injury network constitutes only 3% of the road network in the county, but accounts for more than 41% of all serious and fatal crashes between 2015 and 2019. It is important to know that the study area has 8 of the high injury network segments, including 2 of the top 10 county-maintained high injury network streets, which are the lines in blue here, and 2 of the top 10 state-maintained high injury network streets, which are the lines in red.
So if you go back to the previous one, so that section of 355 that is in gray, who owns that?
This here, this is
Yeah.
355. 355 is a state-owned road, and that section is owned by the state.
So it's a state, it has to be red, okay.
No, so the high, okay, go ahead. So the high injury networks are segments within the roadway, the entire
Oh,
street that are
okay.
identified as high risk because they pose a serious threat to, they have a high rate of fatal or severe collisions. So the road can extend all the way, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in red entirely. Those are just segments that have been identified with high fatal collisions and severe collisions.
And I assume the speeds on those roads are also quite high.
It depends on the segments, but most of these high injury networks have been identified that they have really high speed limits.
Yeah.
What is a high speed limit? So a high speed limit, it depends on, if we're talking about protecting like the life of someone, so everything beyond 30 is considered like a high speed limit for pedestrian safety specifically, and bicycle safety, yeah.
Yeah, what really stands out to me about this map is that Germantown Road going through the,
sorry?
Kind of, is that Germantown Road going roughly southwest to northeast through the center of?
Yeah, where it says Germantown.
It says Germantown.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
You know, we were earlier when we were looking at various land uses around that, and it's kind of roughly the town center-ish, right? The spine of this area, and the fact that it pops on this map is just, you know, It should not be popping on the map if we want this to be the kind of area that we're hoping it to be, right?
Is the high injury network data vehicle on vehicle collisions or vehicle on pedestrian collisions?
The high injury networks is vehicle collisions.
Say vehicle collisions, does it mean two vehicles colliding into one another or a vehicle colliding into pedestrian?
Vehicles colliding with vehicles.
It includes any crash type where there's a severe or a fatal injury. So it could be two motorists hitting each other, it could be a motorist hitting a bicycle or pedestrian. If one of them goes to the hospital or the morgue, then it's going to be counted as a number that leads to this classification.
The reason why I was asking is I don't know if you guys can coin this phrase, but it's a genius phrase, is pedestrian comfort and safety. And it's a real thing. And if, the design of the roads and how wide the roads are, I can see how that would lead to high vehicle pedestrian incidents. And so I just wanted to delineate and make sure that I was understanding the data correctly. Thanks.
Yes, and we will talk more about that in the other slides. So actually, we have now it's a map showing the concentration of motor vehicle crashes specifically. And as you can see, this is a clear representation of the concentration of crashes, not only along the high injury network segments, but also spread it around the entire study area. And it is indicated that from 2015 to 2024, more than 4,000 vehicle crashes have occurred, including three fatal crashes that are the dots in red over here, and more than 80 severe injuries, which are the dots in orange. And as expected, the high injury network segments exhibit a high concentration of crashes. These streets are usually very wide with several travel lanes and high posted speed limits beyond those recommended in our guidelines. And this potentially increase not only the number of motor vehicle collisions, but also the severity of it. Other significant clusters, like the ones in here that are around or inside street networks of several retail centers and minor streets, also show a high concentration of motor vehicle crashes, such as the case for here in Neillsville Village and Milestone Center, and over here, Germantown Plaza, Germantown Commons, and Germantown Town Center.
This is, we could spend so much time, obviously, on this alone. Needless to say, this is horrifying to see visually. Yeah. Which, we talk a lot about this around the county as well. But, 80 severe injuries is a lot on its own. And I think what we're also not seeing here is the high deterrent value that crashes have on people just wanting to walk in the area at all. Or experiencing kind of less than severe crashes and what that does to people and their willingness to engage in a public space, or how they perceive that public space, even if it wasn't severe for them personally. So this is a hugely important part of the picture, and it's also just like part of the picture and kind of how the public space feels for people moving around. A lot of crashes, a lot of severe crashes or injuries, and also a lot of people who look at this or feel it and just don't want to be in that area. So yeah, just wanted to note that too.
So touching a little bit more now onto the pedestrian network and the crashes, not only vehicle crashes are a problem in the study area, but also pedestrian crashes. And specifically, this study area has one of the county's highest concentration of pedestrian crashes. It is estimated that from 2015 to 2024, pedestrian crashes have resulted in 5 fatalities, which are the dots in red, and 34 severe injuries, which are the dots in orange. Overall, there has been over 197 pedestrian crashes registered between those years, and this pattern seems to occur specifically in areas where studies have shown and pedestrians have indicated the existence of unacceptable and uncomfortable sidewalks and pedestrian networks, which are the lines in red and in orange over here, and which are classified now by the pedestrian level of comfort analysis, which is an analysis used to identify locations in the existing walking network that are uncomfortable due to the inadequate or incomplete sidewalks and crossing. Uncomfortable pedestrian facilities are usually located alongside streets that contain narrow sidewalks with no buffer and where there are long-distance crossing, high posted speed limits, or even the absence of sidewalks and crossings. Several major roadways and streets in the study area contain unacceptable and uncomfortable sidewalks or crossings. Some of these major roadways are like Father Hurley Boulevard, as we can see on screen, really wide with 9 travel lanes, no crosswalks, no receiving lines, ramps, narrow to no existing buffers, and no signal light crossing in a street with a high posted limit. And as you can see, this pattern is replicated at other major streets like Frederick Road, with several lanes with no pedestrian signals, no crosswalk, and diagonal receiving ramps, which pose a risk to people with visual impairment and which does not comply with ADA standards. The same goes with Germantown Road over here, several lanes with no pedestrian signals, no crosswalk, no receiving ramps, no sidewalks. And the same scenario is replicated in several other, like Crystal Rock Drive, Ridge Road, and Middlebrook Road. Crashes with pedestrians are also frequently observed around and inside the road network and parking lots of several retail centers. And now, an even more alarming trend that has been seen around schools where there is a lack of infrastructure for kids to walk or bicycle safely to school. A clear example of this is Seneca Valley High School, which is surrounded by 2 major streets, here Wisteria Drive and here Crystal Rock Drive. Both streets, per our guidelines, require sidewalks and separated bike lanes with wide buffers, and separated bike lanes with wide buffers as well, yet almost the entirety of the street segment lacks these requirements. They also do not comply with the maximum spacing for protected crossing, making these streets really dangerous for kids who want to cross to nearby residential or commercial areas. And one example of this is just in the case of Wisteria Drive, there is a spacing in between these 2 signalized intersections of 1,500. And our guidelines ask for a maximum spacing of 600 feet. Now, in the case of Crystal Rock Drive, approximately there is a spacing between the closest signalized intersections of 900, when our guidelines ask for a maximum of 400 feet. These conditions certainly play a role in incentivizing scenarios in which children are at risk of getting hit by a motor vehicle. Now moving a little bit more now into like the bicycle network specifically. Bicycle crashes are also a problem in the study area. It is estimated that from 2015 to 2024, there were over 54 bicycle crashes in the Surrey area, including 1 fatality and 3 serious crashes and injuries. And as you can see, all of the major roads and several minor streets in the Surrey area has been identified as inappropriate for bicyclists under the bicycle level of traffic stress, which are the lines in red in the map here. Under this approach, it is quantified the amount of stress that bicycles feel when they ride close to traffic, and it assigns a stress level to streets and bikeways based on factors such as traffic speed, number of lanes, frequency of on-street parking turnover, and ease of intersection crossings. So that means when a street or a bikeway receives a relatively poor score, it is a sign that a change is needed to make it a place where people will feel comfortable bicycling. And some examples of this are these roadways here, which some of the conditions that make a street segment high stress under the bicycle level of stress are the absence of dedicated bike lanes and protected bike lanes, signalized and protected intersections, heavy volumes of traffic, and high posted speed limits, as we can see in the picture here. Now, diving more into commuting patterns, the main mode of transportation for households in the study area is a private vehicle. Nearly 94% of the households indicated that they have access to at least 1 vehicle, and only 6% of the households do not own a personal vehicle, meaning that they rely on other modes of transportation. More than 65% of the Germantown residents drive alone to work, and a lower share of around 8% indicated that they use public transportation either by bus or rail, while only 15% of the residents indicated that they work from home. On the graph here on screen, we can observe that more people travel into the study area to work than the ones who leave the study area to work outside, and only a limited share live and work in the study area. And one possible explanation for the high car ownership might be the limited transit service around the study area, and also the time that it takes to get somewhere if you opt to use public transit. The table on screen shows the frequency of ride-on bus service, and as you can see, just one route runs on a 10-minute frequency, while the remaining 11 routes run on wait times longer than 15 minutes. And of these routes, 5 run on wait times longer than 35 minutes. These transit headways make the public transit service infrequent and unreliable during the weekdays. In addition, transit is more limited during the weekends and off-peak hours. And as we can observe here in the map, there are many gaps in residential and commercial areas where public transit is not being provided. Some examples of the areas are the Newsville Village and Milestone Center over here, and Germantown Commons and Town Centers over here. And another thing is that the non-bus stop from Germantown Transit Center to Shady Grove Metro Station is the most frequent ride-on route, with 10 to 12-minute headways during the weekdays, but excessive wait times of 30 and 35 minutes during the weekends.
Which one take them to Shady Grove Metro Station? The one, and takes 30 minutes to do that? Which one it is? Can you show it?
So it's this one. So during the weekdays, it takes from 10 to 12 minutes, but during the weekends, then it takes more than 30 or 35 minutes. So it's the frequency of the service is more than.
Yeah, and where is the 100?
Sorry?
Could you show what is the route for that?
Yes, so this is so it's here. So basically, this is the Germantown Transit Center, and then it has to go all the way down here. So this is the Shady Grove Metro Station.
I'm just wondering that how people in the policy area can get to that 100.
People?
Yeah, the issue, we have a public transportation that there is just one route that takes people to Shady Grove. If someone doesn't have a car, how do they get there? And if they have a car, where do they park? That they could take the bus to go down. I think all of those are important to see if public transit is actually working. It's just, I understand, I say 45, 50 minutes, 30 minutes, even on the weekdays, the other one. But if someone has to take another bus and that bus doesn't come until 20 or 30 minutes and then come here and wait another 10 or 15 minutes, then the bus takes by itself a long time to get to the station. That's why that everybody has a car. If we want to take people out of the car, and I'm saying that because this is so important while we are doing that, because you're doing the master plan, you're doing the study. The only way that it could be successful, that is a realistic public transportation for people to take. They're not going to take it if it doesn't work. And then we make all the roads narrower and make them much slower. What happens? People cannot drive, they cannot use public transportation, they live out of the county.
I agree with you. So yes, that is absolutely, you're right on. We need to have a good answer as we shift from the reliance on the vehicle to transit and how that network works. And so we've heard you loud and clear, and we're not oblivious to the fact that we asked you to recommend removal of M83 in this area for a better commitment towards transit, and that we're going to have answers for you in both the Germantown and Clarksburg plan and the larger network.
Thank you for saying
we're
it.
very
because,
much, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say
I'm
that
hitting
we
it
don't
head on
want
for
a
you.
second Clarksburg for Germantown
Hitting it
because
head
they're
on
in
for
the
you.
same line.
Right. So we'll be looking at this, working with MCDOT, working with the state, and obviously ourselves to make sure that we have a good answer for all of this. So.
Yeah. So, yeah, I see you have it on this slide, but also, it'd be interesting to know the ridership of. I have no idea how many people take the bus or the MARC train in it would be nice if maybe at the next part of the, what is the ridership of the 100 or the whatever, just to kind of get a feel, who's taking bus, who's taking metro, or with the MARC, and that would be helpful to me, just to get a sense of, and then I'm sure it's coming up, but yeah, as Commissioner Pedram said, in our, what we talked about the master plan of highways and transitways and take out M83, we said we would talk about the connections, like where are the pinch points now? You know, what's the transportation capacity? What are the issues getting from A to B now? And will, as you move forward in this sector plan update, are you addressing, or at least identifying and addressing those issues?
Right, right. Yes, there are multiple things that we're looking at and that we'll be recommending. There's not like one magic, pill to take here. There are multiple things that need to be working at once, and you're touching on all of them. So definitely be looking at MARC on the larger transit service, perhaps some adjustments to that and how that works, both the existing center that's near the town center, again, the MARC train station, how people are getting to Shady Grove and points south and east. So we'll definitely be coming back with those answers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And do we know how the MCDOT's Ride On Reimagined project has either changed or proposes to change, like the headways, for example, on some of, like the 100 or any of these other routes? Are they proposed, like in some parts of the county, there are substantial either changes to frequencies, or I think some routes are changing too. I don't know if that impacts this Germantown area significantly.
Right. So actually, we're meeting with them. I believe it's next week. It's coming up to talk about these issues that we're discussing right now in more detail. So they have some projects they're moving forward with that will impact 355 on both Germantown and Clarksburg. Clarksburg's a little bit ahead of Germantown, so it will be Clarksburg focused, but obviously looking at the bigger picture as well and how service will be impacted in Germantown.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear about those conversations, and part of me, I know that the Ride On, this is a bit of a tangent, I'll try to be quick on this, but I know that the Ride On Reimagined project was a long time, it's been going, or I think it just wrapped, but it had been going on for a long time, led by MCDOT, a lot of engagement, a lot of different priorities and considerations that they were weighing. But we look at kind of the current network here, and it very clearly displays the fact that we can, generally speaking, make two choices with regard to kind of this network. We can have a coverage approach, or we can have a ridership first approach. And Ride On, my understanding of the system is it generally prioritizes coverage. It is one of the most extensive suburban transit networks in the country, and has some of the highest ridership, but not on a per mile basis for the network. It's very much an equity, and it's a good thing. It's very much an equity coverage focused system. But the downside of that, as we see in this case, is the headways suffer, and that's the trade-off that we're often dealing with. And I know that those were part of the conversations internally with Ride On Reimagined. From our perspective, I think that we're often at a disadvantage when we have these conversations because we're coming into them either after the fact or sort of in a parallel capacity to other conversations going on. But we don't have any ability to change headways. We don't have any ability to really change the network, and those changes are they happen so infrequently anyway, that our ability to kind of tinker around the edges and make a real difference, to Commissioner Pedwin's point, like how do we actually create a much higher quality transit service in this area specifically? Well, the Ride On Reimagined process was probably our real opportunity in the near term to do so. And I know we engaged on that process, but for the purposes of the master plan, it's like we can't anymore, right? Like that's passed. Council obviously will weigh in on kind of funding priorities and how that works. But I'm just I know this is a bit of a long-winded way of saying that I wish that there was a more of a streamlined way for us to sort of engage with MCDOT on a more regular basis through these master plans, to maybe think about route adjustments, service adjustments, and how they feed into the master plan area goals. I don't know if they're open to that or if they're focused primarily on kind of big, network evaluations every 10 to 15 years as kind of their primary process. But we're running into a real limitation here where we can study things and we understand what the constraints are, but even through recommendations, we're not really able to change things that quickly,
Sure. Yeah, based on I'll just respond very quickly. It will be brief, I promise. Okay. We have some consultant work that we're going to be performing, and obviously with the supplemental that was granted, bringing on additional work to better address some of these issues, and have reached out even at this point to have MCDOT aware, involved on that input so that they're more of a partner going through this process, even at the point where we're potentially going to either our on-call bench or going to a full RFP, that they would be involved in those discussions, aware, and that we're working together on this. So we're not doing all this work, getting to the M and saying, hey, this is what we're going to recommend, what do you think? We want to be a partner throughout that process.
Okay. I just want to do a quick time check, just see how much you think it would take. I want to make sure we cover all the points. I don't want to shortchange anyone there.
Yeah, we are just over 2/3 of the way through. Some of the content is faster than others, so it's hard to predict.
Okay,
but
keep going. I just want to make sure, and I will tell the board members maybe.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. I promise 5 seconds. This is important because this map is here. I would like to see when you come back. Stop, Jason. When they come back, you have a time shed and a walk shed for people to walk from their house and get to their destination. And if that is a possibility to get a reality of the thing. Done.
That was 6 seconds. Okay, please go ahead, and we'll try to only provide them any major comments. Okay. Okay.
No. So this slide also shows that the MARC service is to highlight that the MARC service in the area is very limited in service, and into and out of the District of Columbia during the weekdays, and there is no service being provided during the weekends. And as we have seen, like, it also shows like how far the Germantown Transit Center is from the actual Shady Grove Metro Station. That would finish.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk quickly about the environment. Germantown has one. Okay, but going into more detail, there are two major watersheds within the plant area. The part on the northwest drains to the Little Seneca Creek and Little Seneca Lake, which is a backup drinking water supply reservoir for the region. You can see on the right that a large portion of the plant area that drains to this creek has been rated, I believe it was 2021 was the most recent evaluation, but the water quality is poor in that area, so this will be something we'll be looking at, and we definitely don't want to make water quality degrade even more, especially given the reservoir in the area.
Do we think that that's related to it looks like I-270, I know we're trying to limit our questions, I'm sorry, but do we think that's related to the interstate?
I think it's if you look at the next slide, you'll see the levels of impervious. Can I borrow this mouse? And the mouse pad. Thank you. The impervious levels around here in parts can be pretty high. Of course, they're pretty high down here too. It's 41% of the plant area is some sort of pavement or a structure. So going back to here, I think a lot of that corresponds to those shopping centers. And they have advanced stormwater management requirements in the county since a lot of this was built. But we just have to make sure that we're mindful in our recommendations that we're not making a situation that degrades even further. Wetlands is not a significant presence, although the Germantown Bog is considered what is it called? It's a wetland of special concern by the state, and it was a lot has been done to protect this with conservation easements. So it is a unique bog ecosystem that isn't found very often throughout the county. So that area has been preserved in these easements. I'd like to see some of them done. I tried to take a picture of the ones off Observation Drive, and I couldn't get in there, and it's on private property. It would be nice if there was some way. I like birding, so like all the birds I can't see in there. So I'd like to maybe see if there's some way we can open that up to make it a more celebrated feature. And then tree canopy is actually 32% of the plan area, and that includes some forested tracts, especially in the Black Hill Regional Park area at the north end. And there's a large forested area on the Montgomery College campus that's in a conservation easement. But a lot of these, you'll see there's a lot of trees within some of the residential communities. And this is actually the 1989 plan said there were almost no trees in Germantown because it had all been agriculture, and that most of the trees that you did see were the result of new developments. So this is actually trending in the positive direction, even though you will still see areas where there doesn't appear to be a lot of tree cover. And then the heat severity, not surprisingly, the areas with a lot of imperviousness have more heat severity, and the more trees you have, the cooler the area is overall. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Lily, who I guess I can advance the slide for her.
Thank you. Lily Mernon with Montgomery Parks. So I want to start first with this quote on the slide from our questionnaire about how parks and open space are the #1 thing this respondent liked about Germantown. And you can see on the map just the number and variety of parks immediately around the sector plan boundary. So there's about 46 MNC-PPC parks within 2 miles of the boundary. But within the boundary itself, there are only 8 MNC-PPC parks, and 1 of those is leased, and 3 of them are conservation parks without public access. So there's only four parks readily available to the public, and that's Germantown Town Center Urban Park, Germantown Square Urban Park, Plumgar Local Park, and Black Hill Regional Park. So really, folks are having to go outside the sector plan to access those recreation amenities. And then when we look at our priority facilities like park or courts, fields, picnic shelters, things like that, all of the ones in the sector plan boundary are located in Plumgar Local Park. So there's a playground, 3 basketball courts, and a softball diamond. And that kind of shakes out to being fewer facilities per person than elsewhere in our urban and corridor growth areas. And even when you account for all the parks within the 2 miles, it's still fewer facilities per person than other parts of the county. And then there's no major trails immediately within the plan area, but within those 2 miles, you have 30 miles of natural surface trail and 20 miles of hard surface trails. So moving forward with the plan update, we'll investigate opportunities for additional parkland and additional park amenities. Next slide. And then looking at park access specifically, 71% of the sector plan population has a 10-minute walk to a public park, but that means that 30% of people don't have good walk access to a park. And then in addition, only 32% of residents have a 10-minute walk to that playground, and only 20% can walk to one of those other priority facilities like the courts or fields. So this map is kind of highlighting, it's experience improvement areas, and it basically highlights areas where there's no walk access to parks or park facilities. So recommendations moving forward will address walk, bike, transit, and car access to our parks, in addition to where can we, improve or add new parks. Next slide. And then there are several privately owned public spaces, which we refer to as POPs, and mostly located in recent developments. So one of the most prominent ones are like trails, seating areas, and playgrounds in the Black Hill development between Crystal Rock Drive and Century Boulevard. There's also a small amount of public county-owned open space around the Up-County Regional Service Area and Service Center and the Germantown Library. And then there's a larger town commons in front of the Black Rock Center for the Arts. And then Seneca Valley High School also has some facilities that are available to permit through the Community Use of Public Facilities program, like their auditorium and fields. And then, so moving forward, recommendations will also address community needs for these other public open spaces. And in conclusion, the sector plan would likely benefit from additional parkland, park facilities, and transportation connections to parks, especially if the population increases in the future. And so we'll investigate how to do that with the upcoming plan.
Did I miss the Germantown Soccerplex on the map, or is that within the plan area?
It's actually just outside the plan area, but we did highlight it in the existing conditions report as a major facility nearby, that people really, in the respondents from the surveys, really highly valued that, for sure.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, it's within the South Germantown Recreation Park. That's down here, and people in Germantown are very proud of having the soccerplex, and they think that that's one of the things that can be used to revitalize Germantown, make it a place where people want to go when they go visit the soccerplex, and then come down to the town center. We had a long meeting last night at Black Rock talking about this very thing.
It's an amazing facility, and I just wanted to bring it up because it's so spectacular, and it's utilized by colleges, universities, and private organizations. And I'd love to see something like that in East County also. But I know that's not the...
Can you get to it on public transportation? From
that will be part of something that we'll study for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For the record, Jesus Beck. I'll briefly go over the schools part of the existing conditions report. There's nothing new here. So if you look at the map here, the Germantown plan area is currently being served by 9 different elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 2 different high schools. One of the high schools has been mentioned several times, and it is the one school that is located within the plan area, Seneca Valley High School. The facility received complete modernization project, and it expanded its capacity significantly and was able to at least partially relieve the neighboring Clarksburg High School, which also serves the plan area, and parts of Northwest High School, which are all, again, included in the upcoming Crown High School boundary study. The next slide, please. For the existing enrollment projections, we looked at all of those schools serving the plan area. At the time that the existing conditions report was completed, we only had the FY25 projections data. So what we're seeing on the graphs and on the language right now is based on those projections. At that time, the elementary schools, the past is already written. We know the enrollment peaked in 2013, way before the pandemic. So the enrollment trends were not a temporary, the declining enrollment trends are not a temporary aftermath of the pandemic. So enrollment peaked in 2013 and was projected to have a surplus of 600 seats in 2030 based on the 2023 school year enrollment. We do have the preliminary FY26 CIP projections, which I did a quick review with the planning board last week on, which is based on the 2024 school year data. If we look at that data, the projected surplus is what is growing in the area. So the projected surplus for the 2030 school year is nearly 800 seats, 795 seats to be exact. The middle school level is similar. There's almost always been sufficient capacity for the middle schools serving the plan area. The FY25 CIP projections were saying there would be a surplus of 200 seats in the 2029 school year. The newer projections are indicating in the 2030 school year there will be almost 450 seats surplus. Again, the surplus seats are growing rapidly in this area. The high schools are where currently there is still some overutilization going on, especially at Clarksburg High School. Seneca Valley was only able to relieve part of that overutilization. They were not able to completely relieve Clarksburg High School, so Clarksburg High School is still showing some overcrowding. The one thing, though, is that Clarksburg High School, Seneca Valley High School, and 9 other high schools, so a total of 11 high schools are included in the Crown High School boundary study, and according to the FY26 CIP projections, again, I have reported to the Planning Board previously, but between the 11 high schools in 2030, there will be over 1,400 surplus seats available, so we'll have to see how the boundary study and the ensuing boundary change balances those surplus seats among the 11 high schools.
And just to show the other community facilities, there are 2 fire stations in the plan area. There's a police station for the 5th District. The Up County Regional Services Center has a lot of different county services available in it. You see the library, the Plumgar Rec Center is in the plan area, and the Germantown Rec Center is nearby. Montgomery College has a large presence, and then you can see the Black Rock Center for the arts. And then historic resources, there are a handful in the site that will be examining to see if any changes need to be made to these recommendations. You can see that there are a couple of National Register of Historic Places, including the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad itself. The Metropolitan Branch is a historic resource, and then the Department of Energy U.S. Atomic Energy Commission building is a nationally designated resource. And then there's a handful of smaller county designated resources. I'm just going to get into the community feedback. We talked about it in bits and pieces as we've gone through the slides, but we will show you. We did have a number of events in the community. They're all listed here, and we have a map that shows where we had these events. Most of them were at Black Rock, one at the library. We did a pop-up event at the Transit Center, and then we took it outside the plan area to a couple of elementary schools to try to reach a different audience. As part of the sector plan, we do intend to engage with an outreach consultant to reach some of the people that we still haven't heard from as we've gone through the study. So here's some of the groups we've been already met with or had meetings with or gave presentations to. So that we've done a lot with the Gaithersburg Germantown Chamber of Commerce. We've met with a lot of development firms or the attorneys that represent a lot of developers and gotten a lot of good feedback from them. So here's some of the key points that we heard in those conversations with those groups is, this is a nice halfway point between Frederick and DC or the Down counties. So there is kind of a good commute trade-off if you live in Germantown. And it is competitive in flex spaces, but the office demand, nobody thinks that that's coming back anytime soon. We may be reaching a saturation in the retail, although as you could see, there was still a low vacancy rate, so we're need to investigate that a little bit more. And, we heard from so many people that they want more options, more restaurants, more shops. So we're not sure if it's just the types of shops that are available aren't to the people's liking that are answering the survey or what goes into that. So the tremendous diversity of restaurants in Germantown, like every ethnicity of food you can imagine, you can get in Germantown. So it's pretty neat to see that when you are in the area. Multifamily apartment units have been successful in the last 10 years, but we keep hearing from a lot of developers that townhouses are the only things that pencil out. So we don't think that we're going to get to that density that we really want in Germantown if all we ever get is townhouses. So this plan is going to try to balance what's appropriate and what's possible. Better connectivity will require expensive projects, but we all think that we need better connectivity for all modes. And then so many people have told us they want Germantown to be a destination. Like, right now they think it doesn't really have an identity, and people don't think about, why would I go to Germantown? So that's something we'll be looking into. And here's just a quick overview of the questionnaire responses. The community feedback report online has a lot of details of what people shared with us. So this is just, we had 337 responses. Most of the people do live and or work in Germantown. We only had a few business owners or commercial property managers answer the survey. We did have some conversations outside the survey with some of those entities, but we would like to hear more about, we kind of want to interview the people that aren't in Germantown, and that's kind of hard to find. Why didn't you come here? Why don't you come here? So hopefully our outreach efforts can get us a better answer on some of these questions. And so the key takeaways from the survey are that people love the diversity, and there's so many people, even last night at the meeting we went to, like, this is such an inclusive, diverse community, and we need to celebrate that. And there is convenient access to everyday needs, if you have a car especially. There is good access to parks, trails, and nature, but maybe not some of those specific playground facilities or basketball courts and the like. So people have said they'd like to see more amenities in the parks. And then they want it to be more of a destination with more upscale restaurants, more nightlife, more entertainment. As I mentioned earlier, the movie theater has recently closed, so Topgolf is kind of like the biggest entertainment option there is. So hopefully we can do something to attract more activities for all ages in this area. But there are a lot of concerns about safety and the rising cost of living and the amount of traffic that we'll definitely be looking at with this sector plan. So we have, over 97% of respondents to the survey, to use a personal automobile to get around most of the time. But 43% do like to walk or roll somehow within the plan area. But a lot of them don't feel safe doing so. So they'd like to see more bike lanes, trails, and sidewalks, and pedestrian safety improvements. And then there's a disconnection between the various parts of Germantown. They'd like to make it feel like it's all kind of more of one place while still celebrating the individual neighborhoods that make up Germantown. As Justine said, the public transportation is not viable outside of rush hour. And within the residential communities itself, it's very limited. There are routes that serve those communities at certain times on certain days, but it's hard to rely on that to get around.
And that is true in a lot of places. That's why I was talking about walk shed and time shed. It's exactly that.
And so, our outreach efforts are going to try to reach out to more people that we haven't heard from to see if they have the same opinions, problems, concerns, or things that they like to celebrate. And then this is the final slide, I promise you. This is just a few of the comments I pulled out of the questionnaire. Germantown is a fabulous place to live, thrive, and live your best life. Based on my experience living in Germantown, Germantown is the best kept secret in Montgomery County. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ease of access to 270 is a major plus. Plentiful grocery shopping as well as drugstores. Access to Black Hill Regional Park from my neighborhood. I generally feel safe in my area of town. I like the diversity of Germantown. And the grocery is nice and fast food is here. I would like to see better restaurants and a better bar with live music. A rooftop restaurant / bar would be awesome. Public safety is a major concern lately, and cultural activities for our community, more summer concerts for our community, more kids' activities. And so that wraps up the before lunch portion of our program. And we can answer questions now. We're going to build off of this presentation later when we come back to you with the scope of work.
Great. This is, I just want to say, Mr. Pratt and your team, this is a wonderful, wonderful, comprehensive overview of the plan area. So I commend you for all your hard work on this. I have a great feel for what's going on there now, and you're also starting to address, some of the opportunities and maybe, some of the challenges that the community is having. So we look forward as you continue to move on. Yes, you talked about outreach efforts. I just said on the survey, the respondents were not necessarily the same as the community at large, and so it would be hopefully, as you said, dive into more and get more feedback from, the broader community. And on the retail side, maybe just suggest as you move forward, maybe there are some, maybe talking with some retail developers, retail brokers can give you a sense of, what would have to happen for the residents to get more. But I'm also was thinking that, if you have more demand, I'm sure that would be help more, as you have more either daytime population from, more businesses or nighttime population from more house rooftops, if there's more development, you'll get. So thank you, really, really comprehensive, and we look forward to the next steps, okay? And any other questions or comments from the? So we're going to take a break for lunch, and we'll be back at, we'll be back at around 1:40, okay? And thank you so much, and we look forward to the second half thing. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Germantown Sector Plan Amendment Scope of Work, where staff is recommending to approve the scope of work and plan boundary. And this afternoon, we have Jamie Pratt leading this, along with Audrey Vogel and Pat. Yeah, those are the two leads on this. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. We are pleased to present the scope of work to the Germantown Area Sector Plan, which will build on today's earlier discussion of the sector plan's existing conditions presentation. Last month, the County Council approved our work program and budget request to update the Germantown Employment Area Study into a more comprehensive sector plan that will guide the area's future growth and development. Today, we are seeking your approval of the scope of work, which outlines the plan's major goals and boundaries. With that, I'd like to introduce Audrey Vogel as the new co-lead for this effort, who will walk us through the details of the scope of work.
Thank you, and good afternoon. As Don said, my name is Audrey Vogel. I'm also here with my colleague Jamie Pratt as co-leads for the Germantown Sector Plan Amendment. We're here to introduce this planning effort, which is an amendment to the 2009 Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan, and request approval for the scope of work and plan boundary. This afternoon, I'm going to walk through the following items on the screen, which are each components of the proposed scope of work for the plan amendment. Before I jump in, as Don was highlighting, I first want to go over where we are in the master plan process, because the initial phases for the project are a little different than typical. About a year ago, actually, I'm just going to say that the work that the team did for the study, which has been transitioned into the sector plan amendment, serves as the basis for our existing conditions report and public feedback report. So you heard from our team this morning about those efforts and what we found, which serves as the kind of basis for our scope of work and boundary that I'll share today. The scope of work proposes a plan boundary that is largely consistent with the 2009 boundary. The map before you highlights this boundary in blue, and the one from 2009 is shown in red. Staff proposes adjusting the northern boundary within Black Hill Regional Park to investigate a potential hiker-biker trail that would better connect the Clarksburg and Germantown town centers. This connection is also being explored and coordinated by the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan team. In addition, the proposed boundary includes the Germantown Square Shopping Center, which is just outside of the original boundary. This shopping center is part of a larger PD9 plan development zone, and we'll return to this slide to discuss this a little bit more later, but I just wanted to highlight those two changes for now. As you can also see on this map, in purple, a portion of the 2009 plan overlaps with the 2019 Mark Rail Communities Plan, which provides land use recommendations to support and better utilize the existing train station area. We've included that portion of overlap in our plan boundary to ensure that we continue to incorporate it for connectivity and future potential. The yellow area on the map covers the 2020 Germantown plan for the town sector zone.
Can I ask a question here? At the bottom, you have those two fingers, and you excluded the community right between the two fingers. What was the reason? I just don't know.
Well, this is because it's based on the 2009 sector plan boundary, which was concentrated on employment centers and retail centers, commercial areas. That's entirely residential within there. So when they did the plan in 2009, they didn't feel any need to include that because they weren't going to recommend any changes in that area. And we thought for the scope of this plan, there was not any reason to change that to include it.
Yeah, sometimes we don't even plan to include it, but we may include it just to show how the existing community it is, and especially if there is any kind of impact that would come, make sure that it's mitigated. I'm just asking, I don't know, it's just a little bit strange configuration. To me, it looks easier that just to connect it and let it be, because it provides some of the existing community that is there, and if there is any impact that could be included and mitigate. I'm not necessarily saying why to do it, I just was asking questions.
Sure, and you may want to hold that thought because we might come back to that in a little bit. So we'll have a little discussion on the boundary
Thank
go ahead,
you.
Audrey.
Okay. And so as the team highlighted this morning, the plan area includes the Germantown Town Center in addition to multiple surrounding commercial, employment, and shopping centers and residential neighborhoods on both sides of 270. Points of interest include the MARC Rail Station, Montgomery College campus, the U.S. Department of Energy, and several shopping centers such as the Milestone Shopping Center to the north. Now, looking at the planning history, as early as Wedges and Corridors, Germantown was identified as the last corridor city along the I-270 corridor northwest from Bethesda and Rockville. The 1989 Germantown Master Plan refined and reinforced the concept of Germantown as a corridor city, with the corridor city's transitway as a major component. The CCT was planned to connect Clarksburg, Germantown, and Gaithersburg to the Metro Rail system at Shady Grove, with longer-term plans to connect all the way to Frederick. The recommendations in the 2009 Germantown Employment Area Study were designed to complete the economic core of this corridor city envisioned in the earlier plans. Looking more closely, this most recent sector plan was adopted almost 16 years ago. It envisioned Germantown's central employment core as a vibrant town center with mixed-use districts established along that transit corridor. The recommendations were based on projections for robust employment growth and residential densities that would be supported by the CCT. As you guys saw this morning when the team shared the existing conditions report, Germantown today has not realized and is not on pace to realize that substantial employment growth, density, and compact development envisioned by those past plans. In 2022, the CCT was replaced with the Corridor Forward Plan for a network of dedicated bus lanes called Corridor Connectors. In addition, as you saw in the earlier presentation, the road network is characterized by very wide streets that fragment the plan area and reduce bicycle and pedestrian comfort and connectivity. During engagement, we heard that community members really value the diversity in Germantown and the easy access to daily needs, the surrounding parks. However, there is a strong desire among both residents and commercial stakeholders for Germantown to have a more walkable destination with upscale restaurants, entertainment, and other things to do. As you can see on the screen, the 2009 plan envisioned buildings framing the street, structured parking, and a mix of uses, but the urban form has changed little since 2009. These photos show the opportunity that the plan amendment poses to better support a transition from parking lots to places. And so the goals of the sector plan amendment are to assess the opportunities and challenges that Germantown faces and work with the community to better understand how to guide the plan area's future. And Jamie and the whole team highlighted a lot of these factors in the previous presentation, which contributed to this failure for Germantown to shift away from that suburban style development. As he highlighted earlier, we found a global downward trend in office market development that began prior to the Great Recession, a nationwide shift towards teleworking catalyzed by COVID-19. We talked about the BLT purchase requirement in Germantown that disincentivizes building above a density of 0.5 FAR. We also talked about those site-specific commercial to residential development targets that heavily favor commercial development. And finally, Germantown lacks access to transit and a pedestrian realm that would attract businesses and office workers today. So with all of these lessons learned and everything that we discussed this morning, we will continue to explore several elements as part of the plan amendment. We will consider land use and zoning strategies that promote a transition from parking lots to places and respond to changing market trends. The transportation element will focus on connectivity and right-sizing the existing network to support the safety and experience of vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit users. We will plan for a wide range of housing types and sizes to meet the diverse needs in every neighborhood. Urban design strategies will focus on attracting a broader mix of uses to individual developments and districts, and will explore how to strengthen the sense of place and character of the town center and the surrounding neighborhoods. One thing I want to note is that the Germantown, or the Gaithersburg Germantown Chamber of Commerce has received a grant from the county to explore the potential for a business improvement district around the town center. And so we are coordinating efforts with the Chamber of Commerce and the county and other partners such as Black Rock Center for the Arts as they look closer at this effort and how it can align with our plan. We will seek to understand what the market can support now and what the future can hold. The plan will also examine existing and future needs for parks and open space and community facilities. The plan will seek to address issues related to the natural environment and develop recommendations to improve climate resiliency. And lastly, the planning team will consider historic resources in the plan area and the history of the communities in the plan area. This slide highlights the various countywide policies and programs that serve as our guiding principles for the plan amendment and the development of the elements that I just listed out. And now talking about our community engagement strategy, leading into this next phase, we will continue to build off of all of the great work that the team did last year. We will continue to communicate via the Germantown e-letter. Our team will organize community-wide engagement opportunities such as planning workshops. We will also prioritize meeting people where they are by attending regular community meetings and special events and hosting pop-ups in the plan area. We will use what we learn from our initial phase of the engagement to inform our strategy moving forward. So we know that Germantown is a very diverse community, and so we will continue to strive to engage with a range of stakeholders that reflect that diversity. We will invest time and resources to reach these populations that have not been participating in the process so far. We also found that we clustered many of our efforts around the town center because it's a high traffic area, but this highlights a need to expand our engagement efforts to the neighborhoods outside of the town center. Furthermore, our team is working on hiring an outreach and engagement consultant to develop an engagement strategy that will help us reach those diverse populations across multiple neighborhoods and contexts in Germantown and prepare for a variety of meeting types for community visioning. We'll also be hiring a transportation consultant to study the existing roadway capacity and to explore reconfiguration of existing roads to implement complete streets, multimodal, and Vision Zero goals and strategies. I think we talked about this a lot in the last presentation. The map here on the screen kind of speaks for itself about the high injury networks that we have to address as we move forward. The plan schedule is shown on the screen. Our team will prepare the working draft by the end of the summer for the planning board and public hearing, or for the planning board public hearing and work sessions to take place this fall. We will then follow the county council review process for plan adoption in the spring of 2026. We'd now like to ask for the board's approval of the scope of work and plan boundary, and our next steps will proceed with community engagement and further analysis, and then preliminary recommendations. And now I'm actually gonna go back to the plan boundary slide so that we can talk about it a little bit more. Patrick, I'll lead into you.
Sure. So the plan boundary, like staff had said, largely maintained that 2009 employment area sector plan boundary. We did adjust the portion on the north side to include the Black Hill Regional Park, and then the addition of the Germantown Square Shopping Center with the arrow there on the southern portion. Currently, that is actually zoned PD. Often when we do master plan updates, we will look at PD and convert to a more modern zone. And in this one in particular was originally requested by the applicant, the property owner and their attorney, to be considered to be included in this plan. It made a great justification. We agreed with it. In addition, I just want to point out there is the elementary school you can see that's almost adjacent to it. There's Gunners Lake Recreational Park, which is just north of that, right next to there. Right immediately across the street from the shopping center and north there. Yep. And then you have the high school on that side as well, north side of 119. And so you saw the crash data earlier. There's a lot of safety concern on this road, and particularly during the day, during the week, there are a lot of students visiting this shopping center. And although it's a smaller activity center considering the larger planned boundary, it is a really important activity center, particularly for this neighborhood and then the larger neighborhood to the south. So for all those reasons, we're recommending that this property remain in the plan area. However, late last night, we did receive a request from the property owner and their attorney to remove the property excluded from the sector plan. So at this point, staff still recommends that that property be included. We've communicated that to the attorney. The property owner would respectfully request that it be removed. I'll leave that with you for consideration in addition to any other thoughts you have or any other areas.
Why do they want to be removed while they give you a very good justification to include? What changed their heart?
Yeah, so essentially they felt that they could exist, they were meeting their market needs today, and that they didn't see in the foreseeable future for any need to change any longer. I think they were perhaps a little concerned about what the process may result in for them. So again, they kind of had some preliminary concerns, which unfortunately weren't raised until late last night, and so we weren't able to talk that out with them.
But even though if we make change, they don't have to comply. They can stay as what it is. So there is no enforcement in it. It just makes it better for them at one point if they want to change.
Correct. I paused to let you speak, but that was literally the next thing I was going to say. So we're on the same wavelength there. We're not trying to make problems for them by any means. We're trying to include them in this larger conversation and give them potential, perhaps more flexibility than the PD zone allows, a little bit better expectation. It's, again, more modern times and thought process and how this would be included in the overall neighborhood, not make things problematic for them. So,
yeah. The old PD zone, that's mostly an economic, retail zone. Is that what it is? Am I remembering correctly? Or what does that typically entail?
Yeah, a planned development zone typically involves a mix of uses, and the PD zone, unfortunately, we don't have a map here on the zoning unless you may have remembered earlier, it actually covers a much larger area. It includes some of the residential, the middle school that's further south and east, this retail center. So it's really a mix of uses over a large area to be supported by the recreation and open space that fills in between. So it's an overall, again, planned development.
Gotcha. All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Couldn't I ask just about the same thing? Just read mind. Wasn't this same shopping center didn't they come to us for the owner wanted to change
Great memory,
something
yes.
about expand a restaurant or do something, and if it.
We were very helpful in moving that forward as well. There were some antiquated conditions that were placed on that again, they don't really apply today. They're maybe they were important at the time. Today, we have different things that we're focused on, and so we did help with that addition, in your remembering correctly.
Did they move forward with it? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, they are moving forward. They're very happy with that.
Wasn't it at the Dairy Queen or something like that, the driveway?
The Starbucks, yeah.
Starbucks,
Yeah, next
okay.
to the Dairy Queen.
Right.
Yeah, don't touch the Dairy Queen. We're not.
Okay. Well, what did you want?
I was just wondering, coming back to their original request to be included, what were some of the reasons or, justifications to be included? And obviously they changed their mind, but just curious.
Essentially, what I had stated earlier,
said,
yes. Again, envisioning for the future, perhaps some greater flexibility should they choose to expand, and it would be, again, I don't want to get too far in front of myself. I have to see how this process unfolds. I imagine there would be a greater amount of flexibility of uses that would be allowed. We would be thinking similar or more FAR for them. Again, there's a lot we have to do in front of us, so I'm, again, just shooting from the hip here. I'm envisioning more flexibility, greater options for them moving forward. And yes, we are going to focus on, in return, safe pedestrian bicycle movements, particularly with respect to the adjoining schools that are nearby.
Yeah, yeah. It seems to me, I mean, it makes a lot of sense for it to be included for all those reasons. Obviously, it's an old style older style shopping center, and probably wouldn't be constructed this way now. Considering that it sounds like a lot of students visit that shopping center too, there's obviously opportunities for connectivity on the street, on the roadway, but navigating, a large-ish shopping center also is it's challenging. Obviously, that's private property, and they can make their own decisions about how to navigate that for pedestrians. But seems like an opportunity to include recommendations about how to improve that connectivity experience. So, among many other things that you mentioned.
And, excuse me, Don Ziegler for the record. Initially, they stated that in their original email that the PD9 zone was outdated and that they were looking for potential for infill development. So that's another reason why we consider this to be in the boundary.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yep, I would also say let's include it. It's generally no downside to them, and it's an upside. And looking into the future, we're here now. Let's look at it, right? So I'm right.
And assuming that's the direction you're heading to keep it in, I will just also say, any property owners that have concerns about this process, we engage with and try to assuage those concerns and see, what we can do to help, again, assuage those concerns. So this is not something where, they're in and we're not going to be engaging with them. Particularly understanding that they're sensitive about this, we of course would do that even more so.
Yeah, whatever they have is grandfathered in correct? Okay, great. All right, well, other comments or questions? Yeah.
I just have one comment. I think the scope generally looks great. My comment is on the environmental element and whether we could consider, so it mentions like climate resilience, for example, which is great. Could we consider adding climate mitigation as well as a focus? Elements of climate, like it's implicit in some of the other parts of the scope, of course, including the transportation and land use, and all those things touch on it. But I think it'd be great if we could, both in this scope and maybe future scopes, make the mitigation piece more explicit. Maybe even moving to a place, and I'd be interested in starting a conversation beyond this about, could we even consider climate as its own element with scopes of work in the future, or planning processes in the future? Obviously, other places have started to do that, and I think it recognizes the fact that climate touches a lot of different things, if not everything, in a planning process, and making it its own element could be a way of elevating it in that way, and evaluating policies in that regard, as opposed to environmental policies to the extent to which they touch climate change, which is just a different way of approaching it. But if for this one, if we could at least just include climate mitigation, I think that would be great.
Sure, we can do that.
So just out of curiosity, what would that look like? I'm just, you give me some examples.
So you're asking me?
Yeah, or.
Well, I can give you an example of what a climate element looks like elsewhere, if that helps. It often involves like a policy audit of policies contained within the plan area or the county or the jurisdiction as they relate to climate mitigation and climate resilience. So a policy audit is often a component of a climate element, which is the opportunity for it to really weigh in on the other pieces, the other elements themselves as part of the plan process. And so it kind of more explicitly draws those relationships. That's one way it looks elsewhere, but there's a lot of different versions of it. I know it's beyond this conversation. Because we're talking about a scope now,
I just wanted to mention it, and maybe there's a chance to talk about it more.
So we'll definitely explore that and look at other master plans recently that have addressed climate mitigation and try to include that into the scope as well.
And I would also remind you that one of our requests for FY26 for the second year in a row for our FY26 budget is for a climate specialist position, which one of the points that we've been making in advocating for that is that it would allow us to better be able to integrate climate concepts and resilience concepts into our master plans throughout the master planning effort, not just through an assessment at the end. And so we'll certainly look to see what we can do in that regard for this plan, but I would say that it's even increased likelihood of us being able to do it and do it well if we get that position.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. Hopefully that position comes online, a chance for us to obviously talk more comprehensively about it. But yeah, for the purpose of this plan, the mitigation piece is just, it's so critical. I don't want us to miss opportunities to focus on that, particularly as it relates to talking about, opportunities for placing solar, just as one example, as part of this, making sure we're not missing kind of key pieces of the climate conversation as we deal with these updates.
And for the record, Jamie Pratt, in the existing conditions report, we do have a small section that does talk about the climate vulnerability. It's a very shallow dive at this point, where we used a website that shows the U.S. Climate Vulnerability Index, but I think it's 280 variables that you can drill down into to see specifically by census tract what makes it the most vulnerable. And in this case, the transportation elements created the most vulnerability in the plan area. But so there is a little bit that we've already looked at for that, but we can certainly do more.
Sure, and just again, reacting to the heat map that you saw earlier, the impervious surfaces across this plan area, thinking back to Fairland Briggs Cheney, which is also one of the hottest places, if not the hottest in the county. You mentioned solar. So as you were describing this, I was thinking admittedly rooftop solar and what are ways that through this redevelopment within the plan area that we can mitigate some of these issues that we're seeing. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot of specifics. I'm reacting to the conversation, but
that's what the plan. That's what the process is for.
Perfectly comfortable to explore that.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just add something to this? Because when we talk about the climate, correct me if I'm wrong, we are trying to add a lot of multifamily buildings, and my understanding it is that the buildings are the number one, emissions of carbon footprint. That was my understanding was, now you can correct me or not, but when we adding more, building, what is our process to mitigate that? I know that, I say that when I was at DPS, it was, that's how I learned that the buildings are, they're even more than highways. They're number one emission. And I know that the Green Code was trying to provide many codes to mitigate that, but it takes a few years, and it also could make it costly to do. So I think this is something that we could look more into when we are working to bring more housing. At the same time, we make sure that we don't bring more carbon footprint.
Just very quickly, I only have this on my mind because I was looking into the BEPS regulations that are going through now, and I was looking at the county inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. And basically, the long story short is that single-family homes account for about 25%. The other 25% are commercial buildings. And basically, the rest of it is transportation with a little bits here and there. So when you're talking about sort of like new commercial-sized buildings, right now those are basically a quarter of our total greenhouse gas emissions. But newer buildings are more efficient. Newer buildings are far more efficient. and in a variety of different ways, and they're often replacing other structures that are far less efficient. And so there's every reason to think that as we go through redevelopment, it's like, yes, there's carbon emissions generated in the construction and the sourcing of materials, but then throughout the lifetime of the building, they're going to be far better than, in most cases, than what's here today. So just wanted to note that.
And also with every master plan, there's a climate change index report that we have to do that goes to council. So we're looking at how what we're doing as far as land use and new buildings will impact the climate and what we have to do to mitigate that. We've done that with other previous master plans like Fairland, the most recent one that we did for Robb County.
And I do also see in the existing conditions report that there are 20 LEED certified buildings already in the plan area. So some progress has been made.
Great. This is wonderful. Any other comments or questions from the board? So, yep, we're just like this morning. You guys you've done a great job, and we are very supportive. Well, we'll take a vote on, but supportive of your work and of the boundary and the scope. And then also, you had a couple of things. You wanted our approval to engage consultants. And what was there another thing or? I mean, maybe that just comes with it and proceed with the community visiting. Okay. And also, I'm remiss to not formally introduce you, Mr. Ziegler, earlier on, and for all of your hard work in putting this together, too. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion to approve the scope of work, the planned boundary, the selection of transportation and engagement consultants, and for staff to proceed with community visioning and analysis, and into the analysis phase?
I'll move to approve the scope of work, the plan boundary, and all of the other bullets.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much, and we look forward to the next steps. Thank you. So we have one more item this afternoon. It's item number 5, legislative update. We'll be back in 1 minute. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day. It's item number 5, legislative update. We have our General Counsel, Deborah Borden, and also Attorney Jordan Balcom Colbert with us this afternoon. So welcome, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This will be a quick item. We have the one position statement that actually is one you've seen a couple of times now. This is for the Housing for Jobs Act, the governor's bill, in introducing the ratio between housing and jobs. We have made some adjustments, some additions to this position statement. The biggest one is the one that we talked about at the full commission meeting yesterday. and that's the legal comments at the end. We are a bit concerned about altering the way that we review or the way that we do judicial review of planning board decisions. We're not really quite sure why that needs to be altered. And we're concerned about the language that they're using to make those alterations. So I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions you might have. And just so you know, the Prince George's Board reviewed this earlier this morning, and they approved this language. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
So I'm just thinking, were we all at the commission meeting yesterday? Oh yeah, can you just give Mr. Linden, Commissioner Linden was not at the meeting, you just give a really high level summary of the concern and then that would help inform, what you put in as in your write-up here, okay?
Okay, absolutely. So I'm sure you recall the Housing for Jobs discussion that we had. So all of these are the comments that were made. These comments have been adjusted in accordance with the direction that we got from you. I believe it was last week. So last week, the Prince George's Board didn't meet. So we had to make sure that they had an opportunity to see all of the comments, including the comments that you saw last week. So that's why, it seems a bit repetitive. We keep bringing this back to you. So what we've added since last week are, in addition to the comments that we had from commissioners, we also had some legal comments that came in about language on page 12 of the bill, talking about the standard of review. So we have really two main concerns. So the standard of review currently for planning board decisions is is substantial evidence, and the courts give administrative deference to the planning board as the agency that has the expertise in administering the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations. This is a standard administrative law principle that in administrative law, the administrative agency has a lot of expertise. That's why they're tasked with the job of administering particular and usually technical regulations. And so when courts are reviewing those decisions, they start from the premise that the agency knows its regulations best, and the court will look at the facts in a light most favorable to the administrative agency, and that's called administrative deference. So we were concerned because this language purports to change the standard of review away from substantial evidence and to what it is saying in the language, clear and convincing evidence. That is very unheard of, really, in the zoning context, to have a standard of review that is that high. That is a very high standard of review in civil litigation. And so we were concerned about that language and the fact that the language says nothing about administrative deference, because it doesn't seem to go together. It doesn't seem to really mesh well to have administrative deference and yet the standard of review is clear and convincing evidence. So that's a disconnect that we would like to bring to their attention. And also we have some questions about just the timing that's in the bill. There's a provision that says that, if a project is required to wait a period of one or more years to receive a building permit, then appellate rights are triggered. Well, that's very problematic because you usually can't appeal something until you have a final decision. So if I'm an applicant and I reach that 1 year and I don't have a building permit, this language is saying I can appeal, but what are you appealing? You don't have anything to appeal if you don't have a final decision, which a court can then review. So it's very confusing, you know, and we're trying to bring that to their attention, that that doesn't actually make any sense in the context of how we do judicial review and how we do administrative law. So does that answer the question, hopefully?
Yeah, that's great. And those comments and concerns make sense. So yeah, thanks for that quick overview.
And last but not least, if you can go, so we met last week and you, other than the legal concerns, were there a couple other tweaks that you made or that was?
Well, I know that Lisa Gavoni made some tweaks to the language based on the comments that we received from the commissioners, but because I didn't actually draft those revisions, I don't know if Lisa's on the call or if she's available.
She just
okay,
through telepathy, she just
oh.
magically.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa Gavoni for the record. So all of the comments that the board made last week were integrated. The one exception was Mr. Linden made a comment about the state of Maryland being able to track permits or having a website that does it. They actually do. I Googled it. So that comment was not integrated, but otherwise all of the board's comments were integrated.
Thanks, and thanks for looking into that. I don't know if it's too late for this, but I think the other part of that comment was like current housing estimates that were also like informed by the permit. So not just the not just the projections into the future, which I think Department of Planning does today on the state level, but housing estimates that would, for example, say like the 2024 estimate for each county is this, even though the ACS hasn't caught up yet with their data and other data sources haven't caught up with their data. Just as a way to keep, you know, to the point of another comment in here that we're using lagging data, looking to the future just to see if there's any possibility for the state to start producing more current estimates, just to make this entire exercise more useful. But yeah, it's not like the most important thing in the world. But I think that was the other thing I was trying to get at least. Sorry if that didn't come, come across.
One thing I might add, and Lisa, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't think the bill itself actually specifies what data source or years are supposed to be used. And that our knowledge of what they intend to use has been based on the information that they've provided along with the or the examples or sample data that they've provided with the bill. So we could potentially send, any additional comments just as you are considering what data to use.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's actually a good segue into a question I had, not to retread old ground, but the Bureau of Economic Analysis versus BLS piece of this that we talked about last week. And you all mentioned that when you reran it with BLS data, it produced basically a different outcome. I'm just curious, how dramatic was that different? Because just for context, I was trying to look up BLS data for the county yesterday, and I acknowledge I'm not the best at looking up BLS data, but it appeared as though the difference between the BEA estimate from 2022 and the BLS estimate was pretty dramatic. And there were reasons for that, which I know Commissioner Hedrick mentioned. They're not including like sole proprietorships and other things. But that didn't seem like that could possibly account for the difference that I saw. And I'm wondering if, looking forward, if they have to use BLS, is this exercise even possible if it's such a dramatic difference that we're no longer even reaching a 1.5 threshold? Because that seemed to be the implication in our case.
Correct. So from what I understand, and I'm paraphrasing Ben Kraft, who's not able to be here today. From my understanding, it's much more in line. It would be under the 1.5 threshold, so we would not trigger this. From my understanding, from what I remember, I think that you bring up a really good point. And again, we can also bring this up with the state offline to make sure that they understand the differences between the sources and why we are recommending what we're recommending in the letter and the implications that has for the whole reason for the bill.
If I remember correctly, there's also a distinction between whether, how they treat part-time jobs. There's the sole proprietorships. There are positions that might be board memberships that might be considered jobs in some cases, but not in the others. That might be most of the kind of the distinctions there, that some of those we might say, well, they should be counted, and others we say, well, this isn't really a job, it shouldn't be counted.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I know we already have a comment here kind of bringing this, the data question to their attention, which I'm sure they've heard about from other places too. So I think that's probably sufficient. It just made me wonder if, if they end up using non-BEA data for this calculation, will anyone actually cross the 1.5 threshold? Like, will this actually do anything? And only they'll be able to answer that if and when it passes and they start using data. But that also gets to the other comment in here, which I'm really glad is still in here, which is maybe we need some flexibility around what that threshold is. And I hope that they take that comment seriously, if there's some potential for that to be shifted administratively.
All great comments. So thank you for bringing that up. And I believe we're done. Ms. Borden, you said we only have one item?
Yep, it's one item, but I would like you to take a vote because we did change this rather substantially by adding those legal comments.
Okay.
So a vote would be great. Thank you.
So do I have a vote to approve our recommendation on the governor's jobs bill with the legal additions that Ms. Borden spoke with us today?
I'll move to approve and transmit the comments from the version today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. Ms.
Thank
Borden,
you.
and thank you, Ms. Scavone, for parachuting in to answer our question. And so this ends our planning board meeting for today. Everyone have a wonderful day, and we'll see you next week. Thank you.